Please note that this content is for adults only. And ducks. Viewer discretion suggested. Hello, everybody. Look at him there, Judge Art. Isn't he great? Is that how you pronounce it? Or is it oat? Fan of the oats. Never misses his bowl of wheat. Oh, look at him there. Isn't he fantastic? So calm. So lawful. He's great. So we're going to be having a look at Miss Zahn today. She's fantastic. A real lioness of a prosecutor. She's coming for the man McNabb and his hillbilly baby, Courtney Bell. His hillbilly baby, Courtney Bell. Where's fucking Patricia Bones when we need her? I think I smell a limerick. What was that? His hillbilly baby, Courtney Bell. I love it. So that's what we're doing. Mad rush. Sorry we're late. Feels like 5 minutes ago that I ended the stream last night. We had about 2 hours sleep. Then the fucko next door woke me up with his shit music. And it's so loud you can't even scream off the balcony and say, listen. You know. Oh, don't even go there. That's what we're doing. Miss Zahn, prosecuting McNabb and Bell. What could be better? Happy Monday. Good evening to everybody.
Members of the jury, Kalia McNabb.
Do you think he knows what's going on yet?
Purest, most innocent.
Has he come down off the
form
meth?
of human life. If you just look at her little
What's that
fingers,
on the end of his glasses?
her little nose,
It must be from smoking all the meth.
her sweet
He has to
little
hold the
chubby
lighter.
cheeks.
He has to hold the lighter
His
so close to
precious
his face that
lips
it
on her.
melted away his frames. And now
She was
he repaired
a
it
little angel.
with what seems to be,
She was a
what is
gift
that? Dental
to
floss.
Courtney Bell and to Chris
I'm
McNabb.
surprised he even has any.
And like all newborns are, she was tiny, she was fragile, she was dependent on both of them for care, for love.
Hang on, did I just miss the beginning because these headphones weren't in?
Members of the jury, Kalia McNabb was the purest, most innocent form of human life. If you just look at her little finger.
The purest, most innocent form of human life. Well, she was only 14 days old. I mean, how much trouble can you cause in, I suppose if another baby was only 10 days old, logic would stand that they may be even more innocent than she, if that's possible, which it isn't.
Her little nose, her sweet little chubby cheeks, those precious lips on her.
Prosecutor knows that every member of the jury in there is thinking about their own baby. Oh, I remember how precious that baby was. The little chubby cheeks. And that smell, that new baby belly smell. You know that smell?
She was a little angel.
Can you get that for your car? Like air freshener, you know, like you have new car smell, right? Well, all this fucking pina colada, air freshener, mountain breeze, whatever. Newborn baby. The whole car smells like a newborn baby. Actually, that sounds awful. I think the baby smell only works when it's actually on a child.
She was a gift to Courtney Bell and to Chris McNabb. And
Look, he's nodding along. Look at him, the fuckhead. Yeah, that's what she was, a gift from God.
all newborns are.
God spoke to me when I was high on meth and told me to raise the child.
She was tiny. She was fragile. She was dependent on both of them for care, for love, for nurturing, and for protection. Courtney Bell and Chris McNabb should have come in between any thing, whether it be a drug, any sort of environment, to protect this child. And yet the evidence shows that when this child left the hospital on September 27th, she left those nurses there, those loving, caring nurses there that serve and care for newborn babies. And she walked out of that hospital, was carried out of that hospital by two people. Unfortunately, Courtney Bell and Chris McNabb.
I mean, seriously, why haven't we sorted this out yet? And don't get all fucking, Constitution on me, America. I have the right to abuse my child. It's in the Declaration of Independence, or the one of those documents. Every American has the right to guns, cheeseburgers, and child abuse. I'm just kidding. No need to start an international incident. But what is with the system? Why haven't we worked this out yet? We're sending rockets to Mars, but we haven't worked out that Chris McNabb and Courtney Bell should not be able to leave the fucking hospital in charge and in the sole custody of another human life. Especially one that's just been fucking born, right? I mean, that's just obvious. It's just... You can't drive a car without spending fucking $2,000 on tests or whatever it costs, You can't drive a car without a written exam. But any fucked up meth head monkey muppet can just, have some Neanderthal inject her with his decrepit seed. And look what happens. We should be fucking... I don't know if castration's the right word. Sterilizing. We should be sterilizing Chris McNabb. It's like, okay, let's have a look at your rap sheet. Okay, meth-related crime, violent meth crime, possession of meth, distribution of meth, manufacture of meth. Okay, put your testicles on the table. Where's my chopper? That's what we should be doing in civilized society. Okay? Not letting fuckhead and Mrs. Fuckhead walk out with a human life.
And her fate was all but sealed. That child was doomed the moment they left that hospital. As they walked through that parking lot there at Piedmont Newton, and they got into what I like to call the meth mobile. the PT Cruiser.
I mean, that's what they called it. And the fact that it's a PT Cruiser, I mean, what? I mean, in no possible way is that cool. In fact, in the biggest television series that ever exposed methamphetamine to non-meth heads and meth heads alike, Walter Jr. is gifted a PT Cruiser for his birthday. When he wanted the Dodge Challenger, Skylar said, no, you got to get something sensible and safe. I got you this PT Cruiser. And it's got a CD player so you can listen to some tunes when you're driving around with your friends. And the kid's like, yeah, that's great. And of course, Walt goes out and gets him the fucking boom Challenger Hellcat. Okay? I mean, they're meth heads, and the biggest show about meth ever took the fucking piss out of a PT Cruiser. That doesn't translate, does it? How do you say take the piss in American? It's just funny because they loved it. It was their big thing, the meth-mobile. You want to come ride in the meth-mobile? We're going to get some meth, then we're going to go smoke some meth. Then we're going to bring some meth back to the house and cook meth.
The one where Shane Kidd was sitting in the back with a broken jaw and a drain coming out of the back of his face.
Who's this? Who's this? Eodorine? No. Eodorine, New York. I adore New York. Okay, there we go. I thought it was Eodorine. I was like, are you Czechoslovakian?
Who does that? Who goes and picks up a newborn baby?
Anyway, Eodorine says, hello. Good English. Never knew about this case, although I know McNabb had an extensive criminal history. And did you also know that McNabb has 2 B's? BB.
Goes back to Eagle Point Mobile Home Park and brings a child, an innocent, sweet child. You can almost smell her. That smell of a newborn baby, the way their skin feels, the little cries, the little coos, the way their little eyes open up and observe everything around them. They took pure innocence and brought that child into their life of hell. And you know, Kalia may have had a mother who tried to love her. There's no question that her father didn't love her. There's no question that Chris McNabb did not love that child. Chris McNabb didn't love...
There's no question that Chris McNabb did not love that child. I love that statement. I want to write that down. That's beautiful. I think we should put that on a mug. Who wants a Metrics mug? To remind us of the baby killer every cup of coffee we have. Maybe it's not a good idea.
Of the child's mother. And we know that Courtney Bell believed that she loved Chris McNabb. But while Chris McNabb was chasing dope and chasing this lifestyle, his independence and his freedom.
Yeah, and chasing the mother of his baby's mother. There's too many mothers in that, but it is a trailer park. There's too many mothers everywhere. And those mothers are also each other's cousins.
Courtney was chasing Chris McNabb. Courtney was following after him instead of putting her child and the child's protection and the child's needs first. She put that child in danger She jeopardized that child's well-being. You heard her own father, as much as he loves his daughter, as much as it was painful for him to say on the stand, you heard his own words when he called 911 on October the 3rd and said, the way I see it, they've abandoned those youngins. They were dumping their children off just days after the little baby comes home from the hospital. 6 pounds. A 6-pound child that needed to be fed, changed, held, loved. We can only thank God that that little baby spent a few days with Megan Sorrells, because that may have been the only time in her 14 days that she was alive that little Kalia was ever held, that little Kalia was ever loved. Maybe just in those few days between October 1st and October 3rd, when she was left over there, dumped over there really by her mother, so she could go around and try to find her cheating boyfriend who's going from dope house to dope house and beating her up in between. Maybe. In fact, Megan Sorrells testified to it, that she did hold the child to her chest, to her bosom. And so maybe just in those few little days, those few hours of little Kalia's life, did she know what it felt like to be loved, to be wanted, to be...
Hello, riding shotgun. Evening met. Agree. Put your testicles on the table. Pull out the Veg-O-Matic. I don't know what that is. What is that? Is that for your vegetables? Is that like one of those things that they have on the shopping channel? Don't you love that? And they go, how many carrots can I slice? I'm just slicing carrots. Oh, and what about the spiral attachment? Put that on. Now we can make spiral carrots. It's just fucking brilliant. I could watch that for 24 hours straight. Easy, with pleasure. It's fantastic. I'd love to have a go. I'd love to have a go at doing that. I think I could do it. I've seen shows where, I think there was a Louis Theroux where he went into, what do you call it? Telemarketing, is it? Is that what you call it? I don't know. You know what I'm saying. Shopping channel. I suppose it's not telemarketing. I don't know what you'd call it. Anyway, he had a go. And the guy that was like the professional doing it was just like, people don't just come in here and talk, you gotta, and yeah, he fell flat on his face. It is difficult, but I think I could give it a go. I think I really could give it a go. And I'd love to not even know what it was that I was being asked to sell. Although I think I could have a pretty good guess. And if you're really good, you get to go around the warehouse and pick the product you want to demonstrate on the TV. Great. I mean, I'll take the Turbo Shiatsu massage recliner. Easy. So you can sit and work all day.
Protected. And unfortunately, Megan will always regret that it got too much for her because she had her own children.
Iodorine says, I adore NY, where I am from. Yeah, but then comes the inevitable question: Do you mean the city, or just anywhere, like Buffalo? You're not in Buffalo, are you? Well, if you are, look at a map, find somewhere that's at least 200 miles from your current location, get in your car, and don't stop until, whatever. No, I love Buffalo. I love any place that's named after a big, furry beast. What other cities are there named after big, furry beasts? This really isn't a true crime discussion. We've We've digressed into geography, and that's not good.
And of course, she called.
But why did they call it that? Did no one have the foresight to think, if we call the state New York, and there's New York City, that could be confusing. It might be misleading. It might give people the opportunity to false represent. And then they all started doing it, didn't they? California City. You know, where those fucking, where those two, what was it? It was, they adopted, I think the guy was black and the girl was not black, but not white either. I'm not sure where she was from because they had masks on. It was all during around COVID, and it was California City where they lost their two adopted children. Whatever happened with that? Because I just remember them being completely sketchy as fuck. I never heard what happened. I actually didn't hear what happened. Anybody know what the fuck I'm talking about? And of course, New York, New York. We never would have had the song, would we? New York, New York. What else? What else? What else? New Amsterdam. That's what it should be.
And asked her mother for help, that she needed a break, and that set the chain of events in motion where Tim Bell said, y'all should have told me this earlier. Tim Bell is a decent man. Tim Bell cared about these children. Tim Bell came and got that car. Why do you think he took the car away from Courtney and Chris? Did they not need the car to take care of the child, to take it to doctor's appointments? He took the car away from Courtney and Chris because he knew what that car meant. He knew what that car was for them. It was their way to get around.
Courtney was released from prison, correct? And my salutations for omitting the "you" from Courtney. You don't make a mistake twice, do you? She served, well, it was 2019, the trial, was it? I get that right? I think it was 2019, the trial. And her appeal/release spanned end of 22 to 23, so call it 3 years, just over. And then before trial, another year, I think. So probably 4 to 5 in lockup. And that's probably more time than she will remain free from now. But hopefully she'll only be able to hurt herself by her disastrous, selfish actions.
Downtown and get from dope house to dope house and pick up dopers and bring them to their house. It was the meth mobile indeed.
Queens County, which would be different from Queens Borough, right? Did they not think about anything in New York, state or city? I think we should rename the whole place. I'm going to call it Morocco. No, New Morocco.
These children were only provided for, to the extent that they were provided for, because of the grandparents, because of Tim Bell. There was even some...
I like Tim Bell. What do we think? Should we have a vote in the poll for Tim Bell? Maybe we should see Tim Bell again. Maybe we will. Prosecutor's closing argument is going to go on for a little bit, so maybe what we'll do is we'll watch it, take a break, come back, think about it, take another break, have a poll, come back.
Statement by Mr. McNabb, I believe in his final interview on December the 13th that he gave in 2017, that his father was helping, that his father would send money to help pay for the rent. Mr. McNabb, the defendant, had an opportunity to work. His father owned or worked in a successful business laying pipe, I believe he said. He paid well. Chris McNabb was just so sorry that he wouldn't get up and go to work.
Lower East Side. How nice. So now I'm curious. Is that south of 14th Street? Is that how it works? I mean, would that constitute downtown?
He cared more about traveling around the community and smoking dope than providing for his children, even to the extent that on October the 5th, when Courtney's over at her dad's house and she's texting him, and we showed you that in the Facebook messages throughout that day, and she's trying to get him to come back to her, essentially, he's saying, well, why don't you just stay there? Why don't you and the kids just stay there? I love you, but I just can't be involved in y'all's life. The Bells win. I'm not going to be able to, provide, which is just silly. He had an opportunity to work and he didn't. He even said that, I believe, in the first interview, that he just wouldn't get up and go to work. Just didn't feel like it. There was just too much going on. Well, we now know what all was going on in the days leading up to little baby Kalia's unfortunate and untimely death, because we know that he was traveling around using methamphetamine, and we know that he was, even in September, luring people to his trailer so that he could beat them up with brass knuckles and all sorts, exposing again his pregnant wife.
Yeah, my pregnant wife. And I think that was over a beef about one of his relatives. I mean, he lured over this guy. What was his name? Matt, was it? He lured over the guy to the trailer to beat the shit out of him in the face with brass knuckles, which I've never had the misfortune of being hit in the face with a brass knuckle, but I've heard it's very bad. It's not good. But what do you say? What do these people say? Hey, you been messing with my cousin? You've been messing with my, and then what does the other guy say? Listen, she may be your cousin, but she's my wife. It's just like, it just gets real messy real quick. I guess that would be okay.
And the child that they had together already to this sort of violence. Now keep in mind an important point.
K-Knight, look, there she is. Good. K-Knight says, what does his face say? Well, if you're referring to the portion of text at the top of his forehead, it says face up or lace up. And the funny thing is that it would read backwards whenever he looks in the mirror. Maybe he should have written it backwards on his head so he could read it to himself in his prison mirror, or just in the reflection of his stainless steel toilet bowl 4 inches away from his head with no seat.
As well, because it was raised, I believe, by both defense attorneys in their closing arguments that there was no evidence that Mr. McNabb had ever harmed either of the children. Well, that's true. But you also heard evidence that Mr. McNabb was not involved in Clarissa's life.
I did watch a couple of episodes of Sons of Anarchy, and then I had to turn it off. But I think I remember what you mean. Yeah. She does look like she's a judge now. Miss Zahn is a judge, went all the way to the top, climbed the legal ladder.
For the first 18 months. So that makes it kind of hard for him to have abused the children when he's not even there for 18 months of her life. And poor Kalia,
He has no history of child abuse. That baby was almost 2 years old and he never abused it once. Yeah, because he abandoned her. Didn't make any payments. He was high on meth. He forgot where he lived. He couldn't abuse the child because he didn't know how to get to it.
He's only 14 days old. So it's really not a very strong point to make to say, well, there's no evidence that he had abused her before the night that he smashed her brain in.
Yeah. There's no evidence, jury. The state. The sheriff's department, they chose him. They labeled him straight away. You know why? Face tattoos. They took one look and they thought violent thug. Violent thug, meth head thug, right? That's what they thought. They tunnel vision. Blinkers. They had blinkers. The state has blinkers. Tunnel vision. He did not, there's no evidence he abused that child in the 2 weeks that she was, alive. Until that day when, he beat her so savagely that her skull just, it didn't shatter because it's not even formed. It's still like a, what's it like, riding shotgun? You must have held a baby's skull or squeezed it for tests, right? It's like a sponge, right? Like an orange. A baby's brain is like an orange, and he beat that orange to death. He got thirsty in the night and decided he wanted some juice.
For Scullin, he wasn't involved as a father.
Go! Look at that! We got our super chat from Stacy TS4E. Wow, I bet there's a fascinating story behind your unusual username. I love it. Fresh. Thanks so much for the super chat, Stacy.
Interview and lied and told everybody how much he loved his babies. But the reality is, those are words and talk is cheap. He didn't love those babies. He didn't love Courtney. And he turned on that charm and that manipulation.
She's making eye contact with him right then, right there. And she does a couple of things like points at him and says, and he can roll his eyes at me all he damn well likes, which usually judge shuts that down. Doesn't happen. We don't see that a lot in courtrooms, right? Especially from the prosecutor. But yeah, she just did that again, and she's got a real, and you got to think, when you're an accomplished, professional, trained, confident, what is the word? Not a studious, learned. She's like a high-functioning person. You can just tell, aside from her position, it seeps out of her pores, right? We're dealing with a power lady here, right? And you got to think, when a woman like that comes across a McNabb, goes over the file. Oh, what did he do? Oh, he beat his 14-day-old baby to death after being a regular wife beater, serial, philanderer, liar, and, a real cheap liar. Only gets away with lying because everyone else around him is so poorly educated, it would seem. I mean, you got to think that when a prosecutor like that, a woman especially prosecutor like that, comes across a McNabb, who's also her junior by quite a way. I mean, she's what, 40, mid, she could be 50. I'd say she's like 47, 48. What do you think? I think that's about right. So pretty much, well, not quite 20 years, but 15 years his senior. and smarter, harder, better trained, everything, right? You gotta think that she really loves this part of the job by putting that fucking scumbag monkey in a cell forever. Right? You gotta think that she feels like she's doing something for her world, her community, her people, her planet. I mean, full on. Respect. Boom. Hey, Neverly darling, how you doing? Probably a famous tattoo artist. His face is his canvas. Yeah. And you gotta wonder what he had on his dick. And I only say that because, I don't know if everybody knows this yet or not, but at the end of the trial, just before sentencing, I think it's a part of aggravation of the circumstances. Aggravating. What was the word? Doesn't matter. I've lost my place. Oh yeah, his dick. He at the end, a woman comes in and testifies, and she was sent to the jail, the detention center, to assess McNabb. I forget for what, if it was for mental health or whatever, but they were meeting with a glass panel between them, and at one point he told her to look up. Look up. At which point he stood up with a fully, a hard on, a full hard dick, jerking off until completion. And you just gotta wonder, what was that like? I've never heard of that happening. I've seen it in Silence of the Lambs. I've seen it in Midnight Express. But I've never heard of it really happening in a situation, especially when he's about to be sentenced. How do you think that went? Do you think he got time off?
When he was sitting in that room with her, with the two of them together by themselves, boy, he loved her then, right? She's going, what could have happened? What happened to the baby?
Oh, check it out. Look, K Knight has sent one True Crime Metrics gift membership to Neverly. Great. Congratulations. I better stop talking. Let's try and give the prosecutor a run, shall we?
Oh, baby, I love you so much. We need each other. We're going to get through this. Yeah, he needed her, all right.
Chris McNabb on the phone. This is the level of his manipulation, right? Now, anybody who's ever experienced anything like this, let us know in the comments. Courtney's on the phone with him, and she's hysterical. She's like, "Did you do it?" or something like that, And Chris is on the phone. He's in jail, and he's on the phone with her saying, "You think I did this? I tell you what, if you think I did this, hang up right now. Hang up right now if you think I did this. I can't believe you do me like that, babe. Hang up this phone if you think I did that right now." It's so beyond low quality, in terms of how to lie to people. That's very low down, right? And also comes with this, everything he does is tinged with this backwards threat of the other person wronging him. Just kind of switching it around, And with Courtney Bell, we discussed this a little bit the other night, but Courtney Bell was arrested and charged with malice murder, tried alongside McNabb, we've already outlined that that was a mistake because anybody, Hitler, Mussolini, Pinochet, Bin Laden, and that other one in China, Potts, or Cambodia. Which one was it? Anyway, he's the big daddy. All of those guys, get them, put them in trial next to McNabb, they'll all walk free because having him there makes them look better, right? And it's the same with Courtney Bell. And also, I think the state went in too heavy, charging her with malice murder, as is shown by the appellate court. Oh, sorry. I've had 2 hours sleep and I'm tired. Georgia appellate court said there is not enough evidence connecting Courtney Bell with the murder, the act of murder, right? So her murder charge doesn't stand. So she's released. And the state can't go by and say, It can't go back and say, So the murder charge, we went for that and we got it, but then they took it away. So what about if we went back with she helped him hide the body? Disposal of a corpse under the age of 10. That wouldn't work either. Double jeopardy, right? So now she's just free and there's nothing we can do. So I think it bears thinking about, because I think often we saw Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, Sarah Boone, Chandler Halderson, I mean, all of the greats, they all go for appeal. And what do? We laugh at them. We say, good luck. Good luck on that appeal. It's going nowhere. But we have to remember, complacency is the enemy, and we must remember that convictions do get overturned. They got overturned in this case. Now, does she deserve to be going away to prison forever? Well, I think she deserves that anyway, without the murder. So it's a separate issue. But it's not because of Chris McNabb murdering the baby that she deserves to go to life in prison. The state said and the judge said multiple times that, you letting the baby around McNabb was basically just the same as putting the baby in a room with a rattlesnake, which is you know what I mean? It's kind of a fanciful analogy. The rattlesnake wouldn't have been the biological father with those paternal rights, if that's how it works in Georgia. I'm not 100%, but I believe a father of blood would have some rights. I mean, ironically, he probably had more rights in terms of where he was domiciled. Second Amendment. Maybe we need another amendment. 3 meth convictions and we're cutting off your cock just to be sure that you don't beat a child to death. At least one that belongs to you. And any kids you have already, they're getting the death penalty to make them safe from your evil hand. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke, but it was just meant to be funny.
Needed somebody to make sure he wasn't busted on his faulty timeline. Yeah, he's a manipulator. He's a good liar.
Is he?
We could maybe cut the lights a little bit. So first I want to talk about McNabb, and I want to reiterate the point.
Well. Does anybody ever read those 3 words, repeated words, without hearing John Lennon saying them? What is that song? I think it's just called Well.
point that not only Judge Ott has made, but also the point that the defense attorneys just made to you, and it's very important in this case, and that is that they are charged differently. So you know that Mr. McNabb is charged in the
chest in a rose. I think Neville is on the meth early tonight. Chest in a rose. Either that or it's like a cover of a Seal song.
Indictment with malice murder and 2 counts of felony murder, so he's charged with killing this child. She is charged with murder in the 2nd degree, which is a different type of
second degree. Okay, we go, but it's murder.
Charge of murder. That's essentially that she was negligent in caring for or not caring for this child, and because of that negligence, this child died. So when we talk about Mr. McNabb's case first,
is that second degree murder? I mean, I don't. The negligence was that, and I'm not looking to defend her here. I really don't give a shit. But the negligence was that she put the baby to bed and then went to sleep, and the dad, who also lived there, was in the house. I mean, you know, it more came from the fact that the baby had been alive for 2 weeks, and 6 of those 14 days wasn't even in the care of the parents. I think it was more than 6 days. I think they had the baby for 6, and it was 8 days that other relatives, family members, friends had the baby, and that was a big thing in the trial, in the case. They kept drawing on that, and I mean, it really does show something, doesn't it? But does it show second-degree murder? I just think they went in too strong. You know, the streets are better without her on it. I mean, there's no question about that. We didn't lose a fucking cure for cancer here. That wasn't coming. That wasn't in the post. It wasn't in the mail, on the horizon, or any of the above, right? She should be housed, but not in prison, in a work camp, receiving no wage.
We're going to talk about him. The evidence I'm going to talk about, the arguments I'm going to make now, first are going to be applicable to Mr. McNabb's case. And then I want to talk about Ms. Bell. But with respect to Mr. McNabb, this is a quote from his December 13, 2017 interview. I think it's great. He says, and the evidence is evidence. I can't argue with evidence. But still, though, like just because all that, anything that might have been around was mine, doesn't mean that I had to be the one to do it. It doesn't mean that I'm the one that done it. Yeah.
Yeah. And what was around that was yours, Chris, was the bag was yours that you put the baby in, the baby's body in. It was full of your own clothes. I mean, why not just leave your bank card and driver's license for the police to find with a note showing your address?
It's a very strong reason to believe that I did it. He knows how powerful that evidence was, that his child is found in his bag with his clothes.
I love that. You know, this is the thing that Miss Zahn is just a master at. He knows how strong that evidence was. I mean, that has just got so many levels. And when you think about that, how many words is that? He knows how strong that evidence was. It is 7 words. It's half the amount of days that Kalia was alive. But yet, she just packs. It's got intonation, tone, almost sarcasm. He knows how strong that evidence was. But also reinforcing the presentation that the evidence is strong. Right? And in just about the most convincing and believable way possible. And it was just that tiny little 7-word sentence. That's what I mean about fucking prosecution closing arguments when they're good, is because how do you can't design that. You can't write it like sheet music. mean, I guess you could, but only with AI. But with Miss Zahn, it's just who she is. This is what she does, right?
Exceeding that by that third interview. Completely innocent, completely defenseless Kalia. She had absolutely no home.
By the way, this is South Georgia. How far are we away from Tallahassee? She could get together with Georgia Kappelman for lunch. I was going to say drinks. Lunch drinks. Liquid lunch. She'll get together with Kappelman for a liquid lunch and say, hey, you want to talk law? You want to share tactics? How great would that be?
She was born just weighing 5 pounds and 6 ounces. She was discharged to this environment. This is the place where she was brought home to stay. If you can see there, of course we know.
I wish they were showing their shithole rat pit house, because how could you do that? How could you go to the hospital? Oh, the baby's coming. My water broke. We better get to the hospital. You go to the hospital. You fuck around there for like a day or two or whatever. Then you come out, drop the baby off at a friend's house, go and score meth, disappear for 4 days, and then come back to take the baby back to your shithole rat pit house that apparently had already been cleaned up by those 2 women that Shane Kidd enlisted to come and sanitize their fucking rat pit.
That there were some clothes that were tossed around, so we're certainly not suggesting that this is the way the home looked on the night of the 6th or even the early morning hours of the 7th, but you can clearly see Mr. McNabb in the bottom left corner of this photograph pointing this out to Jeff Alexander. And of course you can see the little sleeper that she was in. And in that sleeper was this item that was introduced into evidence as stated.
I don't even think it's criminally negligent homicide. I think for that, and don't quote me. I'm not reading from the fucking legislature here, but it would have to be to get a charge of criminally negligent homicide. It would have to be reasonably predictable, foreseeable that the child was in danger. Like, if there was a rattlesnake in the trailer and Courtney was in there and the baby was in there and Courtney got scared and ran away, and then when the door was shut just thought, fuck that, I'm not going in there, and disappeared for 4 days on meth, that would be criminally negligent homicide, right? If the snake did murder the baby. You know? Or if, like, you let the baby go and play by the lake that had a sign saying, "Don't come close, alligators." That would be bad. I mean, but just going to sleep. I mean, he's violent. He's a drug head, meth head. He's violent with her. Lots of people's husbands are violent with them. Right? Sadly. Do people have a responsibility to say, I better protect, are you supposed to think, he gave me a black eye, so he might kill the children? You know what I mean? It's a stretch.
Exhibit number 63, and that was the actual bedding that went in the sleeper. And we showed you that earlier, and there was no evidence.
Like if he was fucking like burning those kids with cigarettes and regular beatings and like, you know, really just fucking sick sadist shit, that would be different, right? That would be like, okay, you now have a responsibility to get your children away from this guy. But just because he gave her a black eye and smoked meth and was a dick, does that give someone the onus and responsibility to withdraw their children before they're murdered? I'm not sure it does. I don't think so. I was kind of surprised that she got a guilty verdict.
By looking at this sleeper whatsoever, that baby Kalia had suffered any sort of injury inside of this sleeper where there would have been a lot of blood or anything to test there. Of course, had there been blood, we know it would have been baby Kalia's blood. But even if you look at this photograph close up, and we've introduced these photographs for you into evidence, and you'll have all of this evidence when you go back into the jury deliberation room. But you can see in States 122 and States 123 that around the area where the child was found or was sleeping last, there's no evidence of any crime scene. There's no blood there. So that becomes relevant when the law enforcement officers are being criticized by the defense because they didn't search the whole trailer for a crime scene. Well, there were tons of officers there in the trailer that day. Not only Investigator Alexander and Mickey Kitchens, but all those deputies, many more than what you actually heard from on the stand. You heard that there were others that were out there as well. Several family members were there as well. Everybody.
Anyone hear of how McNabb did in prison? Well, what do you think? I think he's in confinement. Solitary. Forever. Isolated. So, you know, I guess he's pretty bored. But as far as any nice, inmate justice, I don't think so. We can find out though. We can find out. I'll make some calls tomorrow. The governor of Georgia. He's my speed dial 1.
Besides Chris McNabb, was diligently in that trailer looking for what possibly could have happened to this child, and so there was no quote-unquote crime scene, and that again goes. It's consistent with the evidence from Dr. Darisaw that this was a closed.
Okay, Christina. So you think that allowing someone who is using drugs around your children is at least neglect, failure to protect? Well, all right. So what do you think we should do about that then? I mean, let's enforce that today. I mean, 60% of parents are in jail. I mean, immediately. What kind of drugs? All drugs? I mean, really? I don't know. Very hard thing to put a line on. What about alcohol? You know, alcohol's the worst one of all. You know, but it's taxable. You know, it's taxable, and it's like part of our culture. Oh no, it's the worst one. There's better drugs, and there's better drugs for you. Right? Alcohol isn't it. Can't agree with that. Certainly not for a fucking murder charge. I mean, you know, just be responsible. Just be responsible.
Wound to the head, so there wouldn't necessarily be a crime scene. There would not be blood that you might.
You know, you could get 1,000 meth heads. Well, let's keep it to 100. You could get 100 meth heads. What's the percentage of them that would beat their baby's head in? I mean, it's not high. It's not high. It's not a drug problem. This situation is not caused by drugs. Is it? I don't think so. He's just an asshole.
Fact, even though the internal injuries are horrific looking, we saw her brain being essentially poured into a cup. But that was all contained inside of her head. And she has passages, like we all do, nostrils.
God, it's the second liquid baby brain I've heard about today. We gotta go to Ohio next. We gotta go to Ohio next. I got something good in Ohio. And then maybe we'll go to North Dakota. Fargo.
The mouth where blood could have escaped, and of course the child was wrapped with clothing, which would be highly suggestive that the child was killed there inside of the trailer. It certainly would not make sense that a person would grab the child, grab the bag, just randomly grab 3 items of clothing, then take the child outside to kill the child, because it appears, although there's no requirement that the state proves where the child was killed, but it appears that those items were used to contain.
That was no good, Miss Zahn. You can't argue sense when you're dealing with meth heads. It wouldn't make any sense for a meth head to come in here and pick up the baby and put it in a random bag. Who knows? I could see that happening. I could see exactly that happening. I don't think it did, but I know it didn't. But yeah, that would work in the mind of a meth head, right?
Contain the blood to make sure that there was not a crime scene. Now, we know the child was abandoned. We heard testimony from Megan Searles, we heard testimony from Melissa Davis, and we heard testimony from Tim Bell.
Tim Bell.
They all say that they cared about that car. I believe it was Kim Weatherford that testified that Cortney Bell...
The PT Cruiser. We've already been over this. It's a joke car. It's in Breaking Bad as a joke car. Skylar buys Walt Jr. the PT Cruiser because it's safe and it's got a CD player for him to, quote, listen to some tunes when he's driving around with his friends. God. I left home way too early to ever think about a car. And I'm glad I did.
Bell even said, we'll trade you the kids for the car. Mr. Tim Bell actually says that it was the defendant, Chris McNabb, that said that. But they were certainly interested in getting that car. And we know that also from the text messages or Facebook messages between Cortney and Chris on the 5th, when he's trying to tell her how to sneak the car out of her father's house. And he's trying to say, basically, if you get that car, then I promise I won't beat up on you anymore. I'm sorry for everything I've done. I just need you to get that car. That's all he cares about, is the car. That's his ride around the community. She even calls him out and says...
I want them to play the phone call where he says, would you trade the kids for the car? Oh, is that on a phone call, or is it just like a statement later?
All you care about is that car. And that's in the...
Spacey Dove, good evening.
Context of her offering to do sexual favors. She's doing everything to try to get him back to her. And he's like, not now. We have time for that later. I want you to get the car. That's all he cares about. Now, Megan Searles, of course, it was hard for her to come testify. That's her cousin. But she told you that the kids have been dropped off and had not been picked up for quite some time. So we know that was between the 1st and the 3rd. And we know that Melissa Davis was the lady who lived up at the top of the hill, and that she came down there on that morning to try to help look for the child. And she had contact with Chris McNabb, who said, they're going to think I did it. First thing he says to her. Now we know that they also knew...
Yeah. Screams innocence, doesn't it? They're going to think I did it. They're going to think I did it. And then he jumps out of the moving car and runs into the marathon station. Without knowing that the baby is dead. The news was that they found the baby. You'd think that might make him happy. All right? They're going to think I did it. They're going to think I did it. I gotta go.
Defects could take the children, because Courtney Bell actually says that in her statement. She says, we got to get our babies home, Daddy. Defects could take them. So if she's aware of the fact that their parenting, or lack thereof, is going to allow the law to come take her children, and the defense wants to argue that that's not negligent or neglect, that's a big...
hang on. Right in, Christina, we might have the clause here. This is it, right? This is where it becomes reasonable. The state claims. We'll see. So they're saying, we'll go back in a second, I want to get the full piece, but they're saying because she knew there was a situation where law enforcement might take the children if they knew what was going on, that should have been sign enough that they were in danger. Well, let's hear what she has to say.
She says, we got to get our babies home, Daddy. Defects could take them. So if she's aware of the fact that their parenting, or lack thereof, is going to allow the law to come take her children, and the defense wants to argue that that's not negligent or neglect, that's a big problem. How do you reconcile those two? She knows. She knows that she's going to lose her children. The child goes from the hospital as...
Okay, so Writing's been looking it up and says that there is accomplice liability based on theory of accountability. The other person can be sentenced to murder. Sounds like something that would be open to interpretation. Well, much of the law is, right? I mean, that's the beauty of it.
As I said, to hell. Here you can see the picture that Mr.
Boom! Check it out. Stacy with the super chat. We love that. With the super sticker. Excellent. Maybe we should start a goal. A fantastic coffee goal on True Crime Metrics.
McNabb used to update his Facebook profile at 5:51 a.m. just hours before the 911 call was made. You know, if you have a Facebook account, it's interesting, you scroll through, if you ever scroll through your Facebook account or your Instagram or whatever social media application you might have, and one of the most popular posts or photographs that are on social media are of newborn babies. People are so proud of them. Look at my grandchild.
Yeah, and cats.
Or even pictures of, from in the hospital, they'll show the baby, not hopefully being birthed, but right afterwards being held by the mother or the father. Was Mr. McNabb the person?
You see, that's probably the reason that I don't have Facebook anymore. I just, why do people put that shit up? Here's me in the hospital with my newborn. Okay, great. Great. 8 pounds, huh? Great. Yeah. It's like family get-togethers, isn't it? Excruciating.
Person that is being described as a proud father, was he posting pictures of his new baby? No. He's posting these kind of pictures of himself. Look at me. Look at me, Courtney.
You see, this is what I mean. When a woman 15 years his senior, learned, professional, confident, just, a lioness of a prosecutor comes face to face with fucking McNabb, she loves screwing him into the ground. That thing. Was he posting pictures of the newborn? No. He was posting pictures like this of himself. Look at me. And I believe her. 100% I believe her. I want to see the picture.
Hospital, they'll show the baby, not hopefully being birthed, but right afterwards being held by the mother or the father. Was Mr. McNabb the person that,
Little touch of humor in there, which is good. I mean, try and find a place for it in this case, right? But humor is the lawyer's friend when they're speaking to the jury. It keeps engagement. It creates likability. It's relationship forming, bonding, it's like, I guarantee 60% of those jurors just creased a smile when she said, were there any pictures? I mean, hopefully not of the baby being birthed. Ah, ha, 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 ha. It's not funny, but it just gives you that split-second release of, that it's not a laugh, it's more of an exhale, just like, and that's enough. That's all it takes, right? But Miss Zahn knows all about that.
Being described as a proud father, was he posting pictures of his new baby? No. He's posting these kind of pictures of himself. Look at me. Look at me.
I love her impression of him as well. Like she puts on the face and the arms are up like that. She's like, look at me. Even the voice changes. It's classic. I love that. She's great.
Proud father, was he posting pictures of his new baby? No. He's posting these kind of pictures of himself. Look at me. Look at me, Courtney Morris, who I'm trying to hit on there at the house in the trailer.
Yeah. Courtney Morris. Oh no, that's not her mother, is it? That's a different one. Sorry. They all have the same, like, pointless names. It's like Courtney Morris. Okay. Yeah. Meant for big things, are we?
With my 2 kids and my wife, just hours before my child is deceased. He's all about him. I mean, it's clear in this trial that, let's talk about the things that we've proven before we even get to the murder. We've proven that Chris McNabb is all about Chris McNabb. That's all it cares about. That's the only thing that he cares about. He's very much a self-preservationist. All this fake crying and fake tears that he did in the interviews about how much he loved his children and that he did in the courtroom are a joke. They're not real. I would not say the same thing about Courtney, by the way. Courtney legitimately cries during, not only on the 911 call you can hear she's upset, you can see that in the body camera videos when the police just get there. She is genuinely concerned about where her child is. And she is genuinely concerned in the interview. On the first interview in particular, on the 7th.
I haven't decided whether we're going to go through the full Chris McNabb interrogation. There's 2 sets of videos, quite long. It took 2 days of playing to the jury. I've watched the whole thing. It is a little hard to hear. And the lens on the camera, I don't know why they've done this. They've got like a fisheye lens on the cameras. You can see the whole room, but it's just... I don't know. The distortion kind of takes away from the human relatability, But that said, there are some really good bits because Chris's act is about as, it's about as bad as, Leonardo DiCaprio's Irish accent in The Gangs of New York. Right? It's that bad. Maybe even worse than that. No, nothing could be worse than that. Don't give Leonardo DiCaprio an Irish accent to do. Don't do that again. I don't care who you are, Scorsese, or fucking Nolan, or whatever. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. It doesn't work, and it's embarrassing.
Her tears are real. I would imagine that some of her tears in this courtroom have been real because she's seen for the first time what exactly has happened to her child.
Okay, as bad as this case was for the whole baby murder factor that I know, I totally understand, is hard to absorb. But that's never our focus. It's sort of a background. But this is nothing compared to what the autopsy doctor testified to in the case of the murder of Dylan Groves. I mean, shit. We're going to have to do it. We're going to have to go through everything, right? But the important thing in that case, specifically, it's very different to this case. This case is higher energy. Up in Ohio, it's like a funeral the whole way through. But also what it is the whole way through is a very similar case in many ways. Two methy, smacky, cracky, fuckhead parents totally drop the ball on the kids' bones, break them all, and then, I mean, they stuff him down a well. But the thing is, in that case specifically, amidst all of this very, like, oh my God, I don't even want to hear these things. And maybe because it's so quiet in the courtroom, there's this feeling that comes over almost every aspect of the trial. And that sense is a sense of grace, right? Because as a group, everybody in that courtroom, aside from perhaps the defendants, is there to right one of the biggest wrongs that there could ever be in human existence. And there's this sense, because it's so hard to listen to, that the judge and the prosecutor and the witnesses and the doctors and the cops and everybody, the fireman that had to pull the baby out of the well, like, way into decomposition. So, I mean, they're all haunted. I mean, it's just horrific. But the kind of cool thing about it is that however tough it is, the people in that room are there because they're sworn to be there and they've accepted their oath to deal with a situation that nobody would want anything to do with, ever. Right? And I'm fucking blown away by that. The other cool thing is that the defendants in that case, strangely, although they're being tried separately, I mean, they each have their own lawyer. And, you know, it is a case that one of them could have been found guilty and the other not. I think their charges are slightly different. But strangely, they're sat together, very close, on a table. And even more strange is that table is sitting, perpendicular to, you know, the normal row of the lawyer's bench. You know, you've got the pews for the gallery, then defense and prosecutor on a table parallel to the gallery, and then way up front the bench with the judge, right? That's the normal format, and the defendants usually sat on defense table. But in this case, the defendants are sat together on a table that almost makes it look like and feel like that they're, you know, on show, on display, like they're going to be hauled through the town, tarred and feathered by the villagers or something. I mean, it really feels like a shaming exercise, and rightly so. Right? They both testified in their own defense. Incredible testimony from each of them for different reasons. Shocking. Really looking forward to the case. I think it'll be our first case in the Buckeye estate. Oh no, we did that one at the Taco Bell, but that was just a one-off thing. Have there been any others? No. No more Buckeyes. There must be no crime in Ohio.
He's just acting. And you can hear that on the phone.
I love how she keeps making eye contact. Try and catch it when she does, because she's pointing at him right now. That's where he is, right? And she makes eye contact a lot. And with facial expressions, with comments like, oh, he can roll his eyes at me all he damn well pleases. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a prosecutor do that. And the judge is just like, fine.
You can hear, and he can shake his head at me all day long too. But
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
hear that on the phone when he gets on the phone and he starts with his tears with her, and then as soon as he switches the subject back, you know, I love you, baby. He's off. I mean, he can
Oh,
cut that
yeah.
off like a water faucet.
It's amazing. Exactly what she just said. The 1 minute he's just distraught on the phone. I can't believe she's gone. She's gone. And then, you know, she questions him because she's not buying that, right? She starts going, well, you know, do you swear you didn't have nothing to do with it? And he's like, so you think I did it too, huh? I tell you what, Courtney, you think I did it, you hang up right now. You hang up right now if you think I did that. I can't believe you do me like that, babe. And then after she responds to that veiled threat, then gone are the tears, gone is the indignation, and it's back to, I love you, babe. I need you right now, babe. I don't know what I'd do without you, babe. You put some money on my commissary, babe. Want to give me a Butterfingers.
It's just manipulation, is all it is. And then there is, you know, the hookah, the drug paraphernalia that he dumps out in the woods. He's hiding all that on that particular date. But we know, and you've heard testimony about them smoking dope inside of the...
It's so beautiful that after he lured Matt round to the trailer to give him a beatdown with a knuckle duster in the face, what do you call it? Brass knuckles. After that, he thought, shit, we went a bit heavy on that guy. What if he calls the cops? He might call the cops. Well, if the cops come here, they'll come into the house and search the place. We better get rid of all this drug shit. What does he do? He puts it all in a bag and stashes it in the woods. Let's just reset, shall we? Baby Kalia was beaten to death, put in a bag, and stashed in the woods. When the cops arrived at the scene, Chris wasn't there, came back about 25 minutes later, sweating, panting, out of breath, flushed face, even though he's pale as shit from all the meth. And they said, where you been? Oh, just looking for the baby in the woods. Where he's known to stash stuff, right? It's like his place. It's classic.
The residents, you've heard Shane Kidd.
There's this one point where he's trying to get Shane Kidd involved. No, not involved, but like framed. He's like, yeah, I didn't even know. I don't go through that way. I never go through that way. I use the cut through, but Shane Kidd, he showed me a new way to go through the woods. Shane Kidd's like, I've never been to the tree line ever.
Was over there, and Matthew Lester, and they were smoking methamphetamine. You've heard Craig Weatherford's come over there and smoke methamphetamine. So that house...
At the end of the day, I think the reason she ain't here is because of meth. Because everybody that we knew was into meth. Matter of fact, everyone that came around our house was into meth. Yeah, buddy.
Was, you know, sort of a den. It was one of the little hot spots in town, if you will. You heard about some of the other locations where you could go and smoke methamphetamine. And, you know, what's interesting about that is somehow we've lowered the bar now, and the argument made by Miss Bell's attorney in closing argument is, if that's, bad parenting, then we're in trouble. There's lots of that going on. Well, it is bad parenting. That should be crystal clear. That shouldn't even be argued or disputed by anybody. Anybody who brings a child into a home where drugs, we're not talking about marijuana, and I'm not saying marijuana is good either, but there's a big difference. If you want to smoke marijuana versus smoking a drug that changes and alters your awareness. Chris McNabb is talking about having out-of-body experiences with these drugs, like weird stuff. I knew exactly what I was doing on both sides of my alternate universes, my out-of-body side and my real side. That's just some wacky stuff. You've heard these terms about people that are wigging and people that are, whacked out on these drugs, and that's a real thing.
Unfortunately, I don't have any personal experience of methamphetamine. It's never been, it's just not really a thing in where I am or where I have been. But, there's nothing wrong with out-of-body experiences. Those can be the best thing in the world. They don't need to be drug-induced. But, you could become a Tibetan monk. It just takes longer.
Independent of the way the drug affects the body, you've also got the fact that they're going for days on these drugs and lack of sleep. So I can't emphasize enough just how the use and the smoking of the methamphetamine in and of itself is such a horrific environment for a child to be raised in. Because if you think about it, just to the points that were made by the defense about the neediness of a newborn child, needing to be cared for every couple hours, needing to be changed, needing to be fed or held or rocked to sleep, or given a bottle, whatever it might be, children are high maintenance when they're young children, which, by the way, also sort of defeats the argument that anybody kidnapped the child. But it's a true fact that this child needed a lot of attention. Well, why would it then not be cruel or neglect to alter your state of mind, to make you agitated or irritable, to make you in a place where you might sleep for days on end because you've been up for 2 or 3 days? All of those things are factors that should be considered in terms of the environment that they brought this child into. But they also brought this child into it.
Yeah. I suppose that does. I still think the charge of second-degree murder for the type of, let's call it a contribution that Courtney Bell had for this death, is just overkill, as is shown by the Georgia appellate courts. They overturned it and she's released. So they should have charged her with a lesser crime, like, what would it be? Neglect. Just don't use the word murder. Neglect resulting in death. She'd have got 10, 15, 20 years for that. And would have had less likelihood at getting an appeal. That would have been better. I'm not advocating for her release. I'm saying get it right and keep her in. Get it right and keep her in instead of going too high and letting her off. That's the mistake here.
An environment where there was, cruelty inside of the residence. We know that he's beating somebody up with brass knuckles just days before inside of this trailer. And having Courtney and Clarissa come pick him and Shane Kidd up over off Henderson Mill Road so they could get away. What a wonderful thing to take your 2-year-old daughter on a field trip to go pick up daddy who's just run through the woods after he beat the living daylights out of somebody and he's hiding from the police like a coward. There's blunt force.
Calling him a coward. Nice. I bet he's shaking his head there, isn't he?
trauma in this case, there's no question that the state has proven this is a homicide. There's no accident. There's no cover-up. The defendant said it was no accident. We know the little sister didn't drop her and cause these injuries. We know that they were severely inflicted injuries. In fact, Dr. Darasaw testified that there was no features of a laceration on the child, but an incision of some sort, that it was a closed head injury, that it was a crushing injury, that there was multiple blunt force possible in this.
Mr. Pinto Peabody, how you doing? Good to see you. What's for dinner tonight? I'm thinking pasta.
In other words, multiple blows that would have caused these injuries to the child, that it appeared to be a significant crushing. She said this looked like a crushing case to her. Somebody crushed this child's head in. It's been proven how she died. We hear all these defense questions. Who, what, when, where, why? I can answer them very quick. Who? Chris McNabb. What? Blunt force trauma. We don't have to prove what instrument or object was used. It could have been a hand, it could have been brass knuckles, it could have been a shoe, it could have been that he took the child and slammed it against the front porch railing, it could have been that he took the child and slammed the child against the bathroom sink or the bathroom tub. We don't have to prove the instrument. Why? Motive is not required, but I'll give you several whys. Because he's a violent person. Because you've seen it, he has a fuse that is very, very short. You saw him slam his fist down in that interview room, in that second interview. I didn't kill my GD child. You saw and heard him.
I didn't kill my GED. What is that? General education diploma. I don't think you have one. I didn't kill my GED. I don't even have one of those to kill.
On the 911 call with Courtney Bell, or excuse me, not the 911 call, the jail call that we played yesterday afternoon. He starts going crazy on her, yelling, screaming. You saw what he was capable of doing.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Wasn't a recorded message, was it?
To his own hand when he slams his fist into the trailer there inside of the residence. We've heard testimony that he took his TV and threw it out of the window of the trailer.
He took his TV and threw it out of the window of the trailer. And what was that supposed to achieve? Now he just doesn't have a TV. He's going to do even more meth to pass the time.
Her testimony about the fact that he beat the living daylights out of Matthew Lester. So he is a violent, impulsive, angry person. And you put meth, you put methamphetamines, you fuel that fire up. That's like pouring gasoline on a fire. That would be a why.
Yeah, a lot of increased irritability, huh? A lot of increased irritability.
Although we're not required to prove motive. We're not required to prove it at all, and I'll get to that in a little bit when I explain the law, and the judge is going to instruct you on that. Where, doesn't matter where, if the child was killed inside of the trailer, if you took the child outside of the trailer, the where that matters is that the child was killed here in Newton County, because we have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. But other than that, it doesn't matter where the child was killed. Think about it. There's dead bodies found all the time. You hear that on the news. Found a dead body in the woods off of I-75. Found a dead body in a hotel room off of 285. You don't have to prove where the wounds were inflicted. You just have to prove where the child was killed. The child was killed in the trailer. The body was found in the woods. The child was killed outside of the trailer. The body was found in the woods. The state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it was blunt force trauma and that it was consistent with crushing. Now, what does your common sense tell you about the way and the condition in which the body of Kalia was found? And that's very important.
Crushing. Okay, so I just thought the baby was crying and he, couldn't control his reaction to that and just lost it and fucking beat her in the head. But maybe he just sat on the baby. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Maybe if they'd have cleaned up their fucking house, he would have been able to see, or, you know, have a place for the baby to sleep where it wouldn't get sat on. Criminal negligence. I sat on my kid's head.
Because you have to use your common sense in this case. I mean, you can't just turn on CSI mode and try to have everything hand-fed to you and digested for you.
Pinto with a white heart. It's just reminded me of an old pub, the White Hart, in the East End of London, where we're going. Metrics is going international again. How many countries now? Spain, Portugal, Germany, England. What's next? Let's do Uzbekistan. All the Sterns.
You've got to think and use your common sense, right? Like the investigators did. It's been suggested that, you know, this has been a guided investigation, that, you know, Investigator Alexander just jumped to conclusions. Well, no, but he also looks at clues. I mean, you don't become a detective or law enforcement officer and throw your common sense off the window when some.
Christina says, in the Dylan Groves case, both defendants are so despondent they can barely keep their heads up. They are disgraced. Not so in the McNabb Bell case. Yeah, very similar, very different. I mean, but it does post, you're right, like a shaming punishment. Drink your medicine. Sit here while we all discuss your horrific failures. And not just failures, but abuse, violent abuse behaviors, you know. Sit here while we go through it. Sit here and absorb the results of your actions, fuckhead. I mean, geez, I like it, though. I like it for that reason, Christina. I was looking at them today, you know, the Daniel Groves and Jessica Groves. And you know, the real heartbreaker is, I might be sketchy on the details of this particular witness, but there's a witness that, you know what, we'll have to go into that later. We'll come back to that. Stay with McNabb.
Somebody has reported that their child has been kidnapped, and the father is nowhere to be found on scene, and the mama's having to text him and say, where are you? They want to know where you're at. The popo's here. What's going on? And he's running through the woods and running down Henderson Mill for some random reason. Well, that's called a clue in law enforcement. That's called a clue in every world. When he gets up on the camera that night, oh, that's another example, by the way, of his impulsive, angry dramatization, if you will, of that and that. When he gets in front of WSB TV cameras and he's like, I want my kid back. That's my child. I want my kid back. It's full of anger. That's a clue, too. You look at that and go, he might have done it. It's evidence. That is evidence, by the way. So we'll talk about what circumstantial evidence is, but the defense characterizing this case as, you know, a weak case because there's, you know, no evidence. Well, the baby, the child, is found in Chris's bag with his clothes. That's evidence. That's very strong, very powerful evidence. Why do you think he wants to blame Shane Kidd for that? Well, let's look at what he said on October the 7th on page 35 of the transcript that we passed out. He says, I went in through the woods, I went down there, and there's one place you could go to the right. And I think that it might go to somebody's house. I never go that way. We wanted them to know I don't go off that way where the baby's going to be found tomorrow, just to be clear. I always take the first clearing. It's not really clear, though. It's kind of grew up a little bit, but you know what I mean? It goes down, and then it kind of goes up a little bit, and it goes straight to Henderson Mill Road. And Jeff Alexander says, That's the route I took. And I came out, and I took a ride on Henderson Mill, and then I went down all the way to the girl Sarah's house, and then Courtney texted, and I stood there for maybe 30 seconds.
What was he thinking? I mean, why is he running all over town looking for a 14-day-old baby? I went to Henderson Mill to check if she had started her shift. I mean, what? What? In the woods, okay. All these people's houses. I mean, I guess in Chris's mind, he's thought, okay, if I look really busy and frantic, and like I'm running everywhere looking, they'll assume that I don't know where the baby is. I mean, he really is just the absolute bare fucking bone minimum of transparent manipulation, non-lying. I mean, it's so lacking that you might as well not even fucking bother. Yeah? If all you've ever done is lied to other meth heads and your inbred family, you're not trained. You're not good. You got to go into the real world and lie to, people. Real people. Not meth people.
Courtney did a Facebook Messenger thing or whatever it was, and said the police are here and they want to know you're at. So I was like, I'm coming, you know what I mean? And I turned around and went back. Now, he's giving very specific directions on how he went in the woods because he wants everybody to know, I didn't take...
Yeah, that's another thing he always does. He's like, I didn't go off the porch. We was out on the porch. Now, I never stepped off, not 1 foot. I don't normally go that way in the woods. It's like, oh, okay. So, because you don't normally go that way into the woods, I guess we'll have to rule you out as a suspect.
This path where the baby is. And y'all all walked it, and if you remember, the baby was found under the log, and then when we hit Henderson Mill and turned around, we came back up, going towards the right to where the items were found previously from the Matt Lester incident. So he's already trying to make it clear. Now he's dropping little clues here as if it isn't a clue that he's going into the woods to begin with. We know from the case that McNabb cleans up crime scenes and hides items in the woods. Look at his statement on December the 13th. On page 15 of the transcript that we passed out to you, Alexander says, what did you bring that stuff out there for? Because that was the day that me and Matt Lester got into it. And it was all his. It was a lot of his stuff. That bag was his. And whenever I kicked on the steps and he took off running, I figured he was going to go to the police. So I wanted to get all of his stuff out of my trailer, i.e. clean up crime scene, hide evidence. That way, after all the blood that was in the hallway got cleaned up from him and all that. Now, keep in mind, where's Courtney? Courtney's outside in the car with Clarissa per Shane Kidd, per Matt Lester. So we know that Courtney's not the one cleaning up the blood. The defendant's cleaning up his own crime scene, so he's capable of getting his hands dirty and cleaning up his own crime scene. That's very telling. I got the blood cleanup from the crime scene and all that, and that's when I took the bag out there because I knew if he went to the police and he would come back, that was his stuff. So that's proof right there that me and him got into it. But without that stuff around, I could deny it. That's how I was thinking at the time. I felt like he was going to call the police. So what he's saying is if I get rid of all the evidence, I cleaned up the blood, I get all the clothes, and then the police might come back and they might come back with him to get his items, I could deny it now. I've got plausible deniability, but I don't have the items inside of my home. And what does that tell you about the way Christopher McNabb thinks? There's those items, and there's that trail. He says about those items, I find it interesting, that he took all the items, the drug paraphernalia, the hookah, the wallet, and he wrapped it all up in the jacket. just like he did with his child. He said, I mean, anybody, if they're doing something wrong and they're on foot, they're going to go through the woods. Is that not plainly obvious to you all that he makes this statement? He's telling you, hey, guilty people, go down these woods. You know, when the defense talks about what's the evidence in this case, you've got to be able to see the forest from the trees. Yeah, they can talk about, oh, we don't know whose blood that was on the clothes in the bag. Well, we know they're his clothes, and we know that's going to be the child's blood. I mean, yes, maybe somebody escaped from a mental asylum, as they tried to argue earlier in the trial, and left their blood there because somehow baby Kalia put on boxing gloves and put up a good fight, but that's not living in reality, right? We're suspending our common sense to believe these conspiracy theories that the defense wants to float out there. No, we know that the blood in the bag and the clothes in the bag are Kalia's blood and the defendant's clothes. So when you're looking at all of the evidence in this case and you see the forest instead of the individual trees, all the evidence is right in front of you. Him jumping out of the car, his bag. Makes you think of that Austin Powers movie where Austin Powers says, that's not my bag. Yeah, it's your bag. It's your clothes in the bag. And your hiding spot, the woods. So, you know, when you're talking about what is the state's evidence in this case, I'm not trying to belittle the burden the state has. I'm not trying to suggest you've got to have less evidence than beyond a reasonable doubt proof. But I want to say, duh. It's obvious. From the beginning, the police would have never looked out in those woods if it weren't for McNabb running through those woods. And by the way, McNabb apparently, you know, the defense just raised the argument about why would he put the child in his own bag? That's a good point. You know, why would he put the child in his own bag?
Because he's a fuckhead on meth. Why would he put the child in his own bag with all of his clothes in the bag? Why would he leave a trail of breadcrumbs to where he stashed the body?
He says that, or he does that, because he doesn't think they're going to find the child. They didn't find these other items. They didn't find the camouflage jacket and the shoes and all that sort of stuff. He doesn't think. And think about it. He's coming down off meth. He's on meth. He's not thinking straight. He doesn't realize when he comes back and he has to tell investigators.
That's why I call her the lioness. Doesn't she have a lion quality? I bet anybody in this chat room right now that Miss Zahn is born in August or late July. 100%, $50. Any takers? 100%. She's a fucking Leo.
That he's been in the woods, that they're going to go, wait a minute. Maybe we ought to look in those woods. He doesn't realize that. He thinks he's got that baby hidden away and everybody's going to go out and put flyers all over Covington and we're going to treat it as a kidnapping investigation.
Oh, yeah.
What does he say on December 13th? I just know that the first thing that always pops in my mind when I wanted to get, like, say if I felt like probation was going to show up one morning or something, I'd always go in the woods. I always went in those woods. That was the first place I'd go on foot if I felt like I was in trouble or something. Like, just when I beat that dude up, I took all his stuff to the woods. You know what I mean? He also says on October the 7th, I'm pretty sure I was the last one that had the baby. I was the last one that held her. And remember, he's talking about a time frame between 3 to 5. And that's in the October 8th. That's the next statement that he gives on the following day after he's jumped out of the Chevron and he's been arrested. Why is that time frame important? Because he's the one who had the baby last. And so it doesn't necessarily matter when the child was killed inside the home, but the evidence is highly suggested that he killed the child inside the home and took the child outside into the woods when it was dark, way before 9:30 or 10:30 when he's going through the woods and Courtney's texting him, because he had that flashlight with him. And why would he need the flashlight? That doesn't make any sense, that he's going to run out of the house. But the first thing he's going to do when his 2-year-old child wakes them up, meaning wakes Courtney up.
I heard the magic word flashlight. Who wants to see our new flashlight being sent to us all the way from Vancouver Island? Boom! Wait until you see it. It's cop grade, okay? 15,000 lumens. Whatever that means. I think it means that if you had 15,000 candles, standard candles, not birthday, but standard candles, then that's the measurement, that's the expression of how much light is being emitted by this one little cop-grade flashlight. I'll show you a picture.
He's already up, because we know that because he's on his phone texting Courtney Morris at 9:42 a.m. But why wouldn't you run outside? Your child's missing. Start banging on every trailer in the trailer park. Hey, come outside. Help me look for my baby. Has anybody seen anything suspicious? Does anybody know where there's a car? That would be after you spend about 20 minutes looking inside your own trailer, because who thinks that somebody's going to break inside of a car or inside of your trailer and take your baby? As much as the defense has tried to make this sort of conspiracy theory that somebody broke in and took the baby, that's not a thing. That's just not a thing. Nobody breaks in to homes and takes their children. Not unless you're like the heir to the Saudi prince and you're going to be able to ransom this child for a lot of money. Or
have we proven that Chris McNabb is not the heir to the Saudi prince? What a thing to bring into the equation. Unless you're the heir to the Saudi prince, which, we don't know. We're having that checked. Records. Mecca is getting back to us any time.
Or maybe, that was been suggested that he had a hit on him. Well, he's broke as a joke. He's not Guzman. He's not El Chapo, right? I mean, he's not somebody that everybody's like, we're going to take him out, and we're even going to do worse than that. We're going to kill his child, and then we're going to plant it in the woods that we know he hides stuff to make it look like he did it. We're going to kill his child, and we're going to frame him. They wanted to take a hit out on him, which is there's no evidence of. It's absurd. It's not a reasonable doubt. Like, that's not something to go back and say, well, we don't know. It could have been the guy from the escapee from the mental asylum, or it could have been somebody who wanted to take a hit on him. That's not reasonable. That's not a reasonable defense. And the state does not
have space
to
aliens.
Disprove every single unreasonable conspiracy theory that the defense comes up with. Now, the defendant gives 3 different versions in this case, and I think that's very important, because if the defendant is a liar...
Okay, check it out. What do you think? Oh, it's 1,500 lumens. Look at that. Police. It even says police right on the flashlight. Look at that. Security. Oh. USB power and everything. Yeah, fucking A. Up to 10 hours runtime. Oh, turbo mode, just look at this. And it's all in French as well. 3 modes. I wonder what that means. Oh, so look, turbo mode in French is mode turbo. Mise en poire, collision. Okay.
Then why should you believe him at all? If he's lying, there's a big problem. Because an innocent man who just lost his child, who just woke up to find his baby missing, would never lie to the police. Yeah, he might lie about the fact that, I smoked methamphetamine last night. Okay, you don't want the... Fine, whatever. But you're not going to run And you're not going to give them very inconsistent versions of what happened with your child. And so I've got those three versions here summarized for you today.
Oh, this should be good. The three versions that Chris McNabb gave to police about where is the baby.
Starting with his first version, and this would have been the one that he gave on October the 7th. Okay, and I don't know, can you all see that? Okay. October the 7th. I call this the fetter in the bedroom account. So the very last time that I actually held my baby in my arms and see the one that's missing, Kalia, I was feeding her bottle on the bed in the bedroom. I mean, she was crying. You know how newborns are, they're always crying.
Oh, I love this. I love this too when he's trying to paint this picture of an idyllic, he's like, just regular family living. It's a classic.
Especially when they're hungry, but I bundled her up like a little, what is it, tight as a bug in a rug or something like that. I was thinking it was 3:30, but my baby's mother says it might have been probably around like 5 or something like that. My dad texted it's supposedly 9:30. So that's its first sort of rendition. Or mother says it might have been probably around like 5 or something like that. My dad texted it's supposedly 9:30.
Okay, she misquoted him there because Chris McNabb actually says the word supposedly. And I never get it. Does nobody watch TV for education anymore? I mean, it must have been 1994 when I learnt that from fucking Matthew Perry and Matt LeBlanc, Chandler is what is it? It's the one where Mr. Hickles dies, right? And they're all in his apartment cleaning out his stuff because whatever. They're in his apartment cleaning out his stuff. And Chandler is having a crisis. What is it? He's listing out all the reasons that he dumps women because he's afraid of relationships, right? He said, I can't believe I've been so picky. I was like, her nose is too big. Her nose is too small. Her neck's too big. I can't go out with that one because she pronounces it supposedly. And Joey doesn't get it. And when Chandler leaves the room, he's repeating it to himself to check if it sounds right. And he's going, supposedly. Yeah, that's right. Supposedly. Did they go to the zoo? Supposedly. 32 years. 32 years. And you know what? It's always annoyed me too when people fucking pronounce it with a B. What do they do when they write the word down? I mean, it's just supposed, and then Lee. That's all it is. That's all it's ever been. But it's a very common mispronunciation, isn't it? And Chris McNabb does it. And Layla Zahn doesn't. And that's Layla spelt the same way as the Eric Clapton song. Not the traditional Portuguese way, which is E-I.
So that's its first sort of rendition or account of what happened. The first version. He's feeding her in the bedroom, somewhere between 3:30 and 5 o'clock, depending on whether he's right or Courtney's right. But, when you're up smoking meth all night long, you probably don't know what time it is because, again...
Yeah, amen to that. What do you mean it's noon? Noon? What day?
And Mr. Frost makes the argument...
You mean to tell me I missed a whole week of work? I thought we were sitting down for an hour.
Well, geez, every parent has to get some sleep. Right. But they're going to sleep at 5 o'clock in the morning. They're going to sleep at 5 o'clock in the morning because they've been smoking dope all night long. So that's not the put this in the every parent category, the parents who go to bed at 9 o'clock and then have to get up several times and then hopefully get a couple hours sleep. These people are staying up smoking meth. And we know that they were smoking meth because Craig Rutherford said he came over there and they smoked meth. Remember, you also saw the text messages from that evening where Courtney, this is the day they get the child back on the 6th. The day the dad says, you got to clean up the trailer. Tim Bell says, you got to clean it up. I'm not going to bring the kids back unless you clean up your trailer. They clean it up. And then Courtney's texting or sending messages to McNabb like later on that evening saying, don't go smoke meth without me. Don't go smoke without me because I'm tired. And then the next one says, I can't believe you went and smoked without me. No, that's not neglect. That's not a bad environment to raise a child. And nothing possibly could go wrong in that home. Now, on October the 8th of 2017, I took her on the front.
Hey, don't knock tortoiseshell frames. I mean, why would anyone have anything else? They're the best. Everyone knows that. It's always been the case.
Porch account, right? So now he's saying, I knew it was anywhere from 3 to 5. I went in there and I picked her up. I fed her. I took her outside on the porch. Did anybody notice? He never said that in the first statement. Never said that.
Oh, look, K-Night's a Leo. So, what date? August 2? Wow. Well, never touched that one.
That front porch. Because Courtney was like, don't bring her in here because of the smoke. Take her outside. So I took her on the front porch. And I brought her back in and I fed her in the room sitting on the bed. And when I got done feeding her, I can't remember if that was the first time that me and Courtney both changed her diaper or not. When I got done feeding her, I put her on the bed, I folded her blanket up the way, and that part was indiscernible, and I wrapped her up and I laid her down. So now he's changing the story. He's accounting for the fact that perhaps maybe somebody in the trailer park, somebody in Eagle Point, saw him go out on the porch with the child. His story is shifting. But of course, he's got to have Courtney awake now too, even though in the first statement, he was the last one that held the baby and seen her. So what is his third version? And by the way, it's sad to say that his defense was stronger when he was high on meth on the 7th and the 8th. By the time he volunteers to speak, reaches out to the investigator, to Alexander, he's really digging himself into some big holes in this last statement. Y'all heard that last statement. He just went on and on and on. And what Investigator Alexander does is a great law enforcement technique. He just says, He doesn't stop them. He just lets them keep on because he's just digging. He is just digging his own hole in this last statement. He thinks he's helping himself out. He's sobered up. He's probably thinking, I've got a clear mind. If they think they've got DNA evidence on me, I'm going to sprinkle a few little things in there that'll help explain that. If they have a witness that saw me on the porch, I'm going to sprinkle a few things in that'll help me with that. But it's very problematic, and you'll see in this statement, this is what I call took her on the front porch, fed her in the bathroom. Notice not the bedroom now. Notice blood on her clothing and...
I guess what people do, Jill Jane, is they think it's supposable. That's a word, isn't it? Use it in a sentence. I don't think it is a word. Is it a word? Supposable. Let's look it up. I can't think of a sentence where that would fit. Suppose... No. Hang on, what the fuck? AI says supposedly, spelled S-U-P-P-O-S-A-B-L-Y, means convincingly. Or as may be assumed or imagined. It's not a word. The difference at a glance, supposedly capable of being imagined or possible, supposedly accepted as true or said to be true. Common misuse, here we go. Because the two words sound so similar, people often use supposedly when they really mean supposedly, indicating doubt or an unverified rumor. Well, now I'm trying to think of the one with the B. Where do you use that? Supposedly. It means conceivably, or as may be assumed or imagined. Supposedly. He supposedly thought he would buy a new hat, a red one. I don't know. Anyway, we'll be back next week with word busters on metrics.
Oh, by the way, I had a cut on my finger account. Big shift in this statement, right? So here he says, it was nighttime. You know what I mean, all right? Well, not too long after that, me and Courtney had sex. I put those underwear back on, and baby girl was hungry. Not too long after that, she was crying because she was hungry. So I went back there and got her, and I was feeding her. Courtney made the bottle. I was back and forth. See, at first I took her when she,
Okay, so he wears underwear. Didn't really have enough information to have formed an opinion yet, but apparently he did own underwear, which, probably a sign that he was trying, at least somewhere in the back of his twisted brain, to lead something that could be called, a life.
She was right next to Clarissa, and Clarissa will wake. She'll wake up. She wakes up during the night. A lot of times, she won't go back to sleep. So I took her out of there, and I took her in the bathroom and was feeding her in the bathroom. Well, she cried. Well, I guess I was feeding her. She stopped eating. So I guess she was full. So I took her back, and I laid her down again. I don't remember exactly what made me go back in there and get her. She was crying. But it was like she was crying louder, like maybe she needed to be changed or something. But there was one time, and I think I didn't mention this when I was questioned, because I didn't remember it. But there was a time where she kind of was crying a little loud, and I didn't want to wake up Rissa. And I took her through the living room, and I took her out on the front porch. I didn't shut the door. Courtney knew. Of course, Courtney has to know about that, right? She was up. She knew. She was awake still. And I was rocking her or whatever, and she stopped crying. Now, stop right there. Did Courtney ever say this? Never. Courtney never said that Chris took that child on that front porch, so he's lying. Because you got to believe, Courtney was consistent. Courtney was consistent about the events that happened. I mean, I'm going to argue that Courtney's guilty of the charges in the indictment, but they're in two different boats. They're in two different culpability boats. And I want to make that clear about her. So she cared about getting her child back. She didn't understand, but she never said he took that child on the porch. And he says, that she knew she was awake still, and I was rocking her or whatever, and she stopped crying. You know what I mean? It was a warm night. This is where it gets ridiculous. It felt good outside. You know what I mean? So I, figured a little fresh air. I know I needed it. And I was holding her. I just took her out there.
It's just like bad improvisation, isn't it? It was a nice night. Get a little air outside, and I know I needed it. Yeah, I needed air. From, my meth lab, the fumes can get pretty intense. With
me on the front porch. I didn't go off the front porch. Let's just be clear. I didn't go out the front porch. I just went on the front porch with the door open. Courtney was awake, and I was getting some fresh air and enjoying it. I'm surprised he isn't telling us that he's singing lullabies to his daughter at this point. I stayed out there for maybe 5 minutes. She stopped crying after.
She's having so much fun with this, Layla Zahn. As much as you can have in this situation, but I'm surprised he isn't saying that he's singing lullabies to the kid. That's what she said. She's crazy.
For a minute, and I took her back in. Members of the jury, I bet he took that child outside and that she did stop crying, but I don't think it was the same way that Mr. McNabb is wanting you to believe.
Wouldn't you just love to see a video, a follow-around video of the 24 hours before baby Kalia was stashed in a bag in the woods, about what was going on with Mr. McNabb's day, right? I mean, what did he get up to? You know, meth. Then down to the marathon station. Back to meth.
I fed her a little bit more, I burped her, and me and Courtney changed her diaper together in the bathroom. And while we were changing her, she had on this long sleeve onesie or a twosie or whatever you call those things with the feet on them. She had one of those on, and it was white. And it had some like little hearts on it. It was the one that Courtney was holding when y'all came.
You don't know if it's called a onesie or a twosie? Okay, well, here's the clue. It's one piece. If you can't remember if it's called a onesie or a twosie, what you need to do is count the items.
Came in and you wanted something to try to maybe catch her scent and maybe be able to, you know what I mean? Now, if you remember, Courtney does talk about in her first statement that she was wearing this little onesie the last time she saw the baby. And then she says, I didn't get a chance to ask Chris this morning when the baby was missing, but he must have taken it off. She must have gotten hot because I found it laying in the bathroom. So she says that in the first statement. The child is wearing this little outfit, but now he's going to tell this whole story about her, how he and her took this onesie off, even though that's not what she said. That one, well, she had it on, and while we were changing her, I noticed that there was a little red spot right here that was on the collar of it. Collar, close to the head, injuries to the head. And I noticed it, and I asked Courtney, I said, is that blood? It was a little bitty, you know what I mean? But I noticed it, and I was like, is that blood? And she was like, I don't know. And I was like, well, is she bleeding? You know what I mean? And she wasn't bleeding or nothing, I mean. She wasn't bleeding. She didn't have any wounds or anything. Like there wasn't no scratches on her that were bleeding or nothing anywhere in that area. But I had a cut on my fingers. And Courtney was like, well, maybe it's your finger. It was that one. You see the scar?
So he's trying to explain away how his blood is found on her corpse from his own freshly opened wound. And he thinks he's found a way to manage to do that while simultaneously representing himself as a caring, doting, eyes on, hands on, diaper changing, head checking father of two.
Maybe, you know what I mean? I don't know. This is where he needs to insert. So maybe, you know what I mean? If you find my blood on that little onesie there, it's.
You know that thing that people do when they're explaining something and they haven't explained anything, and then they tail off and just go, I don't know. Not having resolved anything. That's a big clue. That's an indicator. Behavior panel, they'll tell you.
gonna be mine, but it's totally innocent because I had a cut on my finger and Courtney was there and we both remember this whole conversation despite the fact that Courtney never told the police that that happened. But she was like, maybe it's that cut or whatever on your finger. And I was like, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? And we took that off of her and I took her, and before I took her back in there and laid her down, I was holding her and I felt that she was shitting again. That's nice. So we changed her again. And then I took her and I swaddled her up in her blanket, and she had on that, I'll never forget what she was wearing. She had on that purple outfit, and it said, "My daddy works out," or something like that. I like that outfit. Very, very strange, very, very telling. Why does he change his story? He's a liar. And if you can't believe what he's saying, and you've got a consistent version coming from Courtney, perhaps you should believe what Courtney says about the events of that evening. And you have to question, why is he lying? Why is he lying? Well, look what he looked like the day that the law enforcement officers came in. Look at him burying his head down. Do you remember when he went into the first interview on, excuse me, October the 7th with Investigator Alexander? He's sitting like this. He's sitting in the room with his head down. And Investigator Alexander says, "Hey, I need you to take your hoodie off and take your hat off so I can see your face." So when the defense gets up and argues, as they did just a few moments ago, that this was a rush to judgment, this was a trial about their lifestyle, about the drugs, about the trailer park, and about the tattoos, that's just wrong. He wasn't a suspect in this case because of the tattoos on his face. He was a suspect in this case because he was hiding his face from law enforcement. From the minute that he walked up on the scene to you saw it, and you can see it in this photograph here, and you can see it in the interview. And he hid that child in these items.
She's referring to this thumbnail, isn't she? Maybe is she holding up the True Crime Metrics thumbnail from yesterday? Where is it? Hiding his face, head down.
Because that's a guilty conscience. If you've just done something like that, you're in flesh and blood, do you want to look at it? That's why that child's wrapped up, aside from the fact that he wants to have, make sure that there's no blood dripping around. But that's why the child's wrapped up. He's hiding that child. He's hiding that child in those items because, again, he's got a guilty conscience. And we know, you've seen that, he jumps out and runs in this case. So we know that as well. So he's giving the three different versions of events. And notice by his last statement, as I mentioned, he's trying to find out what investigators know. He keeps saying, well, I don't know. What are y'all hearing? What do you know? Where's Courtney at? What's Courtney saying? So he wants to know what's going on in the investigation. And he's really agitated by the fact that Courtney hasn't been talking to him, and that she's out, I guess, gallivanting around with somebody else. All of a sudden he's concerned about her, but the reality is he wants her to, wants to make sure she's not rolling on him or she's not, against him, because that's going to make it difficult for him. Now, if he is a liar, then you've got to understand why. He says, quote, "I want the person that did this to be found, though. Probably more than anybody else, because, quote, it's the only way I'm going to get out." He says that over and over and over again in that last interview with Investigator Alexander. He doesn't want the person to be found who did this because they need her head on a platter, because they killed my precious flesh and blood, because they're a horrific monster, as he described, and you remember.
Good point. Good point. Remember Chris Watts? What does he say? When we find the guy that did this, what do you think should happen to him? What should happen to him? It's a weird thing to think about. Life in prison. He does this weird up inflection thing at the end. Life in prison. Love that. That's that Chris Watts interview. We should do the whole thing again. Life in prison? What if he hurt them? It's a weird question. I don't even know if they have that penalty here. Do they? You know. But what he should have done, of course, is the draconian response of, when you find that fucking guy, I want you to fucking put him in a room, tie him to a table, and let me in. You know? Life in prison? And now Chris McNabb's over here saying, I hope you find that guy. I really do. Probably more than anybody else, because it's the only way I'm going to get out. And also, I need to take vengeance because of what he did to my kin.
Remember at the end of his statement, he's like,
Do you think he uses the word kin? I bet he does, doesn't he? Hands up in the chat. Who uses the word kin? Harley's from Mississippi. Do they say kin in Mississippi? Where do they say kin? What about Topeka? Or Wichita? Or California? Jill Jane. Where is Jill Jane? Sounds like a Maine. Jill Jane from Maine.
whoever did this is just a horrible monster. Well, he's describing himself, but all he cares about is getting out. He keeps telling Courtney on the phone, I'm going to get life. They could kill me. I'm going to get a bad sentence, basically. That's all he cares about, instead of finding out who the person is that killed his child. In the first statement, he lies. He says, quote, I'm just loving my babies. You know what I mean? Just regular family living all day. That's what he tells the investigators.
You know, in the Daniel and Jessica Groves case, Jessica in particularly did not seem to have any care, interest, love, attention, you know, all of those parent things that apparently are good to have, you know, had none of those all the way through. But even Jessica Groves, when it came to trial, was hearing all the things that she did and the opinions of people that she had encountered along the way, like the doctors and the drug court people and the probation officers and the child support workers and blah, 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 blah. All these people that she would remember dealing with in just a normal non-murder trial kind of way. And they're in there sharing their thoughts about her attitude, behavior, relationship with her children, etc., etc. And even Jessica Groves, you can just sort of see something of like, holy shit, did I do all that? I am the worst person. I am the worst person. It's me. I'm the worst person in this room. I'm the worst person in this state. I'm the worst person in America. But Chris McNabb, sorry, I drifted into a thought. Chris McNabb doesn't have not one bit of that at any single point. The baby is dead, murdered, stashed, hidden in your bag. That means if it wasn't you, someone who seems to have a very specific vendetta against you personally, personal enough to know how to get into your house undetected when you're asleep. And your concern is, nobody wants you to solve this case more than me because it's the only way I'm gonna get out. Unbelievable.
That's regular family living, running around, doing dope, and that he's just loving on his babies. If you know anything from all that you've heard in this case, you know that Chris McNabb does not love on his babies. In fact, he pushes his pregnant baby's mother, the child's mother, in a very violent way. He admits that himself. So forget about what she says and what Shane Kidd says about him being violent. He admits that he did.
Pushing a pregnant woman around hard, I mean, in any way, but like hard. What is wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with you? I mean, that's so beyond, isn't it? To violently push down a pregnant woman. And you could say, oh, hey, metrics, it shouldn't matter if she's pregnant or not, any woman. Well, I don't know. Depends. There's times. There's times. But, you know, there can be no time when they're pregnant, right? I mean, that's just fucking beyond.
He corroborates everything that they say. He also says, the only thing I seen in them woods was a pair of men's brown shoes. I was like, why would somebody leave their shoes? Isn't that interesting in the first statement? He knows that he put the brown shoes out there. He has to admit it later on the 1213, I wrote 11213 statement, where he says, Matt Lester, the shoes were his. Me and Shane Kidd took those out there. So he lied. He wanted investigators to think that those brown shoes that he knew he had taken out there on September the 13th belonged to the killer. Those are suspicious to me. I don't know why they were out there, and yet he put them out there.
Oh, we got loads of kin folk here. Great. We got Arkansas and where's K Knight from? I think she said that the other day, didn't she? Well, if you did, I forgot. Sorry. I don't normally forget any of those details, but with you, it's different. Sorry. Oh, you're kin to him. I thought you said, I am kin to Hun, but no, that's hum. And you meant him, I get it. Metrics, have you covered the crash? I'm so behind, and I'm not from Maine. A true Canadian. Oh, fucking hell. I mean, I could not have possibly been closer. Maine, I mean, shouldn't that just be Canada anyway? Where's Black Eagle? She's gonna ride me hard now. In the telling off sense.
Matt Lester broke into my house like two and a half months ago. Matt Lester never broke into his house. That's a lie. The window was broken because he threw a TV out. The reason why he wanted to lie to the investigators is because he didn't want to admit that he really had no business luring Matt Lester to his home to beat him up like that. So he wants to make it sound like there's some beef between him and Matt Lester, and also provide, I guess, law enforcement the, alternative killer version. Just so happens for McNabb, Mr. Matt Lester was in jail. But there was no beef. Matt Lester apparently had an altercation or alleged altercation.
God, I wonder how he felt when he got out. It's like, oh shit, how's your week? Well, I got beat the fuck out of with brass knuckles. Then I got arrested and put in the detention center. And then when I got out, they told me that Chris murdered his baby and came very close to successfully framing me. Shit.
With Timmy Rushen's mother, so this had really nothing to do with McNabb. Now look at October the 8th. Let's fact check him there. He says, and I took my flashlight, I took my phone. That was the only two things I had on me.
51st state? No, I'm saying that the United States should be 49 states. It just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? Does it? Yeah. Maine is practically Canada.
He uses the word took, so I grabbed those things, I took those things with me. By the 8th, he's getting questioned, well, why are you using a flashlight? It's like 10 o'clock in the morning, 10:30 in the morning. I mean, I had the flashlight in my pocket anyway, so I just had it with me. And then by the 12:13, I had the flashlight.
Why do you have a flashlight? It's daytime. Well, you never know. You never know. It could have been nighttime in the woods.
But that flashlight was already in those pants. So he just carries flashlights around in his pants, like I'm sure you all do, right? I mean, if you reach in your pocket right now, you've probably got a flashlight. And then he says, and I woke up at 9:30 with a text from my dad. So I went back there to make sure they were okay. I went back in the living room and I covered us up and I went to sleep. Maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour and a half before Rissa woke them up. The Facebook records of Courtney Morris, actually we know, show that Chris was adding her back to Messenger and texting her at 9:42 in the morning. So that's a problem. That's a big problem for him. He already had a ridiculously small time frame of which somebody could have broken into his trailer and come and kidnapped and killed his child. He's now shortened it tremendously and lied. So now we know he's lying. Now we know he's on Facebook Messenger. It was already unreasonable to believe that if he woke up, if he was light enough sleeping to wake up to a text, like a ding or whatever his phone did when the text came in, or actually it was Courtney's phone, then it's unreasonable to think that he was in such a deep sleep that he didn't hear somebody break into his trailer, right? Because the trailer is not wide at all. I mean, probably not any wider than between me and Miss Stone. It's not a very wide trailer. It's only, I think it was 50-something feet long, and even that, maybe 30-something feet. But this distance here would make it very difficult for him to have been awakened, I guess I should say, by this text message at 9:30 or 9:33, and then not hear the killer come in before the 911 call goes out. Now remember, Courtney says 5 minutes before she texted Melissa Davis at 10:24 is when she woke up by her child Clarissa at 10:19. It's a very short period of time. He can't be back in some deep sleep, and now we know he's up at 9:42. And what's really sick about that is he had just killed his child. And he's trying to hit on a girl. Now, the next lie that he's caught in on October the 8th was, I was asleep all up until the text message is the only time I woke up. Facebook records show that he was on Facebook updating his profile picture at 5:51 a.m. Is it reasonable to believe that Mr. McNabb went to sleep after that and was only awoke?
Yeah, let's hit those fantastic PayPals. Who loves PayPal? The Australians love PayPal. Americans like coffees. But the Canadians tend to stick with meatball subs.
At 9:30 by his child, or by the text message, and then later on by the child. He's been lying so much. Why would you believe him about this?
Good point.
On the December 13th statement, he lied. He
Yeah,
said,
we
when I
probably
first
shouldn't.
ran those woods, I was with Shane Kidd, and he was the one that showed me how to go through them. I walked over those shoes. The shoes were still there. I seen the camouflage jacket was still there. Well, Shane Kidd told you he'd never even lived there, didn't know that mobile home park, and so he's lying. He's now, if you remember, this is the time that he reaches out to Investigator Alexander, and he's trying to get Shane Kidd as a suspect. This is the guy who's like kind of his only friend, right? This is his uncle, he calls him. His brother, his dad, and his dad's brother were kind of close to Shane Kidd growing up. Shane is the only person that comes as a friend of Chris to the hospital. Shane is the one who arranges to have the trailer cleaned up so that the baby doesn't come home to an absolute train wreck. He gets the two ladies to come out there. Shane is the one that's sending him text messages.
Well, no expert on that. But in the prisons that drugs are in, which will certainly be some, fucking expensive, right? You know, a joint would cost a month's wage. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Just saying, boy, you need to get on your knees and pray that that baby's found. And then when he learns that Chris has jumped out of the car, saying, boy, you need to get on your knees and beg for forgiveness because that baby deserved better than to be found in a duffel bag out in the woods. He's going to turn his back on Shane because now he's going to try to put it on Shane. Shane's the one who showed me where the path was. Shane's the one who had a hit on me per Courtney. Well,
prison and jail are different, Christina.
Again, that's ridiculous. Why would Shane have a hit on Chris McNabb? There's absolutely been no evidence of that whatsoever. And so when the defense keeps attacking the investigation because they didn't consider Shane Kidd a suspect or Matt Lester a suspect, it's just nonsense, right? I mean, that's just a nonsense defense. And we could take that entire trailer. We could literally put it on wheels and carry it to the bay over at the sheriff's office, and not only have Kitchens, but have every crime scene investigator. We can get the city, we can get the GBI, and we can search it, and we can take Q-tips and collect every single tiny piece of trace evidence, and we can look at every single piece of DNA. And you know where you're going to find? Everybody that's gone in that trailer that smoked dope, that's gone over there to see those children, and it's not going to get you one step closer to solving this crime. That is just the biggest false truth that has been told in this case, that somehow the real killer's out there and their evidence is lying in that trailer. Or
wow, bit of evidence, bit of anger here at the accusation that the cops and the prosecutors did not do a thorough job and collect all DNA. They didn't test that trailer. They had that trailer for a month. You think they did any DNA swabs? No, because they had already decided it was the guy with the face tattoos. They took one look at him and they said, arrest. Yeah, and she's saying, look, you know, we could go to all that trouble. We could spend your hard-earned tax dollars, Georgia. We could bring that fucking trailer down to the police station and swab every little piece of DNA in there. You know what we're going to find? The DNA, sweat, blood, cum, tears, piss of every fucking meth head that's been in there and fucked a hillbilly on a beanbag. That's what we're talking about, Georgia.
Lying in those woods on those clothing. It's just not true. We called in the expert. We called in an expert from the GBI crime lab in forensic science, and particularly in trace evidence, and he explained to you that type of evidence has no power to it unless you already have a suspect. You can't just find a random piece of hair or a random piece of skin cell and put it in a database and it tells you who a killer is. So the reality is that evidence, first of all,
well, you know, with the advancements in, what do you call it? Genealogy. You know, they just send it to Ancestry.com and they go, well, he's got a cousin in Nebraska, last name Cortez.
The defendant's DNA is going to be all over his trailer. So is the baby, so is hers, and so is half of the meth heads. And I use that term because they've used that term. He actually said methamphetamine is what killed my child. He refers to people as meth heads. But half of the meth heads here in Newton County have been in that trailer. So when does this investigation ever end? Do we just keep on interviewing every...
How many meth heads are on the jury right now? I mean, it's Newton County, so...
single one of them and find out if they had a motive to go into the trailer and kill a 14-day-old baby? You know, when I use that term, I will say this. You saw several people in this courtroom who testified who smoked methamphetamine. And while their lifestyle is certainly not favorable and it's not admirable in many respects, there are some decent things about those people, that they actually do understand that children are off limits.
You see, this is important because we need to remember that although they're meth heads, that isn't really the problem. I mean, it doesn't help. It exacerbates. It's not a root cause. Chris McNabb is the root cause. With or without meth, right? Meth exacerbates. But, all of his, inbred relatives, friends, co-workers, they all smoke meth. But they have a heart inside, under the drugs. Right? With Chris, there's just a hollow space that he keeps trying to fill with meth and never can. Right? And now, never will.
That you don't hurt children, that you don't kill your baby. There is some decency among those people. There's girls that were going out there, I'm quite sure if they were Shane Kidd's friends going out there and cleaning the trailer, they probably weren't living,
Metrics, love that you have no filter. What are you referring to? The fucker hillbilly on a beanbag line. Yeah, I liked that too.
Straight and narrow type lifestyles either, but they cared enough about the fact that a newborn baby was going to go to that trailer to go clean it up. More so than she did, more so than he did. There are decent people.
Oh, this is interesting. Jill Jane says, thank you for saying that. I work with marginalized people. You are so on point. Well, thank you, Jill Jane, but marginalized, what the fuck does that mean? Excuse me, what does that mean? What does that mean, marginalized? They're on the margins of what? Society? Mental health? I mean, what does that mean, marginalized? In the crushing jaws of addiction, or what? Explain it to me. I'm intrigued.
People who are addicted to drugs, and it's a very sad lifestyle. It's a very sad background to this case, but it's not an excuse. The judge is going to instruct you on that principle of law, and it's very important. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. You can't say, well, my bad, I was so high, I didn't know what I was doing, and I was addicted to drugs, and I was passed out on the couch, so I shouldn't be held accountable. That's not a defense to a crime. That's exactly the reason she should be held accountable, because she was passed out on the couch, because she chose to ingest that drug and take her into another,
Yeah, for murder, this is what I'm saying. I mean, I wouldn't shed a single fucking tear if Courtney Bell went into the big house and never came out again. Surely that would do a lot of people a favor. I just don't think that it was needed or necessary to say murder, second degree murder, she should have known, murder. Fucking millions of people, millions of Americans pass out on the sofa, drunk, high, whatever. It's just, something feels wrong to say second degree murder. If you framed it differently and just said, super negligence resulting in death. I mean, that would be what is in the tin, right? The label would be correct, and she'd have done more time. Now she's out there, she's just loose in society, going into Walmart, probably to complain in the hope of a fucking voucher, coupon, whatever you want to call it, coupon. Let's have that debate.
State of consciousness while her baby needed her. Baby Kalia needed her. He says, now I know she's dead.
Oh,
Maybe I could find out who killed her.
Facts. Riding shotgun with the facts. Marginalized. The lesser accepted people, including addicted, mentally ill, lonely, homeless. What am I leaving out, Jill? Well, I've been all of those things, sometimes all at once.
Her if I just stayed out.
Oh, okay, so Jill Jane was specifically referring to addiction. I'm not condoning for certain, but mental health needs to be addressed early on. Absolutely. Absolutely. Happy in your work? Find it rewarding to you? Or is it super stressful? Yeah, no, it's good to work with people that need help, isn't it? A lot of the time. It's good to, assist people that are so used to being, all of them eventually well, they cover you in a repellent. And the whole world repels. So when someone like yourself, Jill Jane, as far as I understand or assume, can help someone that's been turned away, it can be really effective. And sometimes it only takes that one instance of someone genuinely actually giving a fuck about you for you to go, okay, I'm worth something here. I got some energy. I can get out of this. It's great. It's great. So hats off to you, Jill Jane. Keep up the good work, Jill Jane.
Everybody who believes that, stand on your head. That the reason he jumped out of the car and ran was because he was going to get out his DNA kit and his magnifying glass and his Inspector Gadget jacket, and he was going to go around Newton County and solve this crime. Does anybody believe that? No, he was once again thinking about himself. The main thing that I had on my mind was that I would be better finding out who killed her than y'all would be. Oh, okay. We saw how that worked out, Mr. McNabb. Your December 13th statement. So far, your two suspects, Matt Lester and Shane Kidd. Sheriff's Office, what, 2? McNabb.
Imagine someone like Layla Zahn, powerful, educated, confident, attractive, giving you the rundown, beatdown of your life that's being watched by probably everybody you've ever met, if they're not on meth currently, which they all are. I mean, they'll probably watch it on the replay. But at some point, everyone you've ever met is going to watch you having this sort of, what do you call it? It's almost like a eulogy. A closing argument like this that ends with the defendant being taken away and kept in confinement, and not for fucking 3 weeks while you're on suicide watch, all the time. Every day. Out of your cell, 1 hour. 23 hours a day, locked down, alone, nothing to do. Shit food. Shit. I mean, what are you going to do? What is the point of that?
Have zero, right? Like, you are not a detective. The one guy you're trying to blame it on is in jail. The other guy is like your best friend and you're betraying him. I just need to go ahead and just turn myself in and get it over with. That was my main intent when I first went up to that store. So somebody would call the police. He's actually trying to tell Alexander that he just decided to turn himself in. Even though when he walked in the store, he didn't say, hey, call 911. No, he's arguing with people. He's acting agitated in the store. He gets a Pepsi because he's been running for 1.8 miles all the way from the Marathon down to the Chevron. And he's hiding in the little bay there behind the car wash. He actually says, I wouldn't want to run because I could get shot, which A, is not true. They can't just shoot somebody who's running. That would be a problem.
A Pepsi. Your last soft drink ever, and you choose Pepsi over Coca-Cola? Really? The fuck? I'd have taken a Mountain Dew Baja Blast before the Pepsi. I wouldn't touch Pepsi of any kind. If I absolutely get stuck in a pinch, which is never, Pepsi Max, but definitely not regular.
Problem that the sheriff's office did. But B, that's the reason why he stopped, because he knew he was in trouble. But he assumed automatically he was going to be charged with murder. That's a guilty conscience. He ran into the woods. These are all those text messages. I'm not going to read them all again to you, but I will point out that he does say here, when she's like, they want to know where you are, Daddy. What the F am I supposed to do? Who would say that? Who would say that? I love this statement down here. Baby, I can't go to jail when my baby's missing. Does he care about the baby that's missing, or does he care about himself? She's having to beg him to come home. Hurry up, Daddy. They're here. No, he's out there hiding. He's running.
I can't go to jail with my baby missing. If we could find the baby, I'd be all set for jail. But gotta find the baby. I gotta be out here where I can help.
Could be hiding the baby from maybe the spot that he had. Maybe he's putting it in that better spot, that nice little deep hole that y'all saw. That's a good spot, by the way.
Michelle!
That's a perfect size. Covered it up with some leaves. But yet,
I don't like soda either, Michelle. You know, occasionally I'll have a Coke. Or a Fanta, actually. Yeah, maybe a Fanta. But, no. I got some limes. Fresh lime. I mean, you just put it in sparkling water, real cold. It's nice. It's refreshing. It's got vitamin C. No scurvy. Don't have to get scurvy no more. What else was I going to say? Oh, I started eating cucumber again today. Yeah, pretty good move. I gave it up for Lent and then just forgot all about it. But saw it in the store, picked it up, brought it home, sliced it up, real nice.
they want you to believe that Mr. McNabb's defense wants you to believe that the real killer snuck back out there on the night of the 7th when the whole area is swarming with law enforcement and all those citizens of the community that were getting on their feet and suiting up to go try to find the baby, went into a crime scene with a dead body. That makes a lot of sense, yes. I'm sure that person went over there and planted this evidence to frame Chris McNabb. When he jumped out of that car, remember Pam Hamby's testimony when she said that he said, quote, if they find it anywhere near your aunt, you would not jump out of the car. You would want to be brought immediately to that scene. Keep in mind, they were traveling to go do news interviews. Courtney had gone and put all her makeup on, You see that, when she...
Riding Shotgun says you have to try a French vanilla Dr. Pepper. No, I don't. Jesus Christ. You mean one that you make yourself, or like a flavored one that they have in the store? Either way, not interested. Thank you. I'll tell you something though, Riding. If you get I don't think Tango's in America. What do you have for apple? Like, it's like a Fanta, but it's apple. It's called Apple Tango. If you get an Apple Tango and mix it with red wine, it basically tastes exactly like sangria. Like if you put a fucking couple of orange slices in there, you would not know the difference. I mean, it's all right. It's good. I was surprised too. I was like, someone said that to me, and I was like, "What the fuck? You want me to do what? You want me to pour Apple Tango into the red wine? What is the matter with you, crackhead?" But I did it, and I was surprised. It's actually all right. It's quite a while ago, though.
Gets over to the mobile home park. That's when Walden, one of the deputies who testified earlier on, he was the one who actually saw McNabb coming out of the woods and said, "What are you doing coming out of the woods, son?" And described him as sweaty and had debris all over him. Walden was there when the baby was found, and when Hamby and Lauren Mackey and Cortney Bell all pull up, he asked Courtney, "As Chris has a bag," and she describes it as a blue, she describes it to a T, the bag that the child was found in. So again, we know that...
Sorry, I just took my phone off charge and lost connection for a second. The recipe, it's no recipe. My recipe? Red wine, apple tango. Proportions, go heavy. Go heavy on the vino, I guess, right? Isn't that always the way?
Courtney's not involved. She's not trying to protect Chris. She's not, she wants to not believe.
What does that say? If they found it anywhere near the house, they're going to blame us.
That he did it, but she's giving information that's incriminating against him as well, such as the fact that he was wearing the blue camouflage underwear the night before the child was gone. And then, of course, we have this evidence, which is some of the most...
What is the thing with Hicks and camouflage underwear? I mean, why the fuck would you need camouflage underwear? I mean, think about it. You put pants on top of the underwear, supposedly. Camouflage underwear for when you're running through the woods in your boxers.
Damning evidence you could ever have. The defense says, "Oh, they don't have much of a case." Well, except for the fact that he's referring to his child in the past tense. I loved her. She was my baby. She goes, "What? Why'd you just do that?" Why'd I do what? Why did you just refer to her in the past tense? I love you, Courtney. I love you. That's the rest of the whole spiel.
I'm actually pretty impressed that Courtney Bell can wrap her mind. It's a bit of a stretch to call it a mind. The thing in her head that controls. She can wrap her mind around unnecessary tense shifts and use a phrase like past tense. I mean, that's pretty impressive. That's like, high school graduate material, which I thought she was way off.
We could do this to our baby, Chris. I love you, baby. We gotta stick together. That's all he cared about. He knew. He kept saying, they're gonna try to play us against each other. He's got to have her be his wingman at this point in time. Still manipulating her. There is so much evidence against McNabb. Yes, it is circumstantial evidence, but we're going to talk about that in a second. Mr. Carter, I believe, said, well, they don't have any direct evidence, which is not true, because everybody who testified on the stand about a fact that they observed or they saw, that's direct evidence, right? Circumstantial evidence is when you look at all the circumstances, and there's a charge, and I'm going to explain that in a second, but the law is that direct evidence has no more weight than circumstantial evidence. They have equal weight. So that phrase, like, oh, it's just a circumstantial case. Circumstantial evidence is very powerful evidence because if you think about it, if you've got somebody that says, oh, I saw McNabb coming off the porch, and they needed to be wearing glasses, or maybe they were drunk, 3 sheets to the wind, their credibility, direct evidence depends on the credibility of the source that it's coming from. You cannot attack evidence like that. He even said it. That's the first slide I put up there. You can't attack finding his child in his bag. There's no credibility question about that. That is what it is. It's found there. So circumstantial evidence is a very strong piece of evidence. And we have lots of it in this case, as well as direct evidence. Now, with respect to Bell, she's charged with murder in the 2nd degree. And so is Mr. McNabb. So I want to make sure that everybody understands what murder in the second is. Mr. McNabb, incidentally, is charged with malice murder and felony murder. And I'm going to talk about their indictments at the very end and the law with respect to those charges. But Miss Bell is charged with murder in the 2nd degree. I'm going to start with that charge and then go back to McNabb being charged with the malice murder and the felony murder. So what is murder in the 2nd degree? Well, it's irrespective of malice. It refers to cruelty to the 2nd degree, in that there was a death that was caused as a result of that cruelty in the 2nd degree. So she's charged with, on October the 7th, that she did commit the offense of murder in the 2nd degree when the accused caused the death of Kalia McNabb, a human being, irrespective of malice, while in the commission of cruelty to children in the 2nd degree, by causing Kalia McNabb, a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical pain through the infliction upon her of blunt force trauma to the head. We know she had blunt force trauma to the head. We know that's excessive physical pain. We know that she's a child under the 18 years of 18. And we know that we don't have to prove malice in this case. And so what has to be proved is that there was some sort of a cruelty to the child. So what would that be? In this case, it would be neglect. It would be drugs. It would be violence. She's accountable for her decisions. She chose to bring this child into this environment. Now, the defense says, well, she was being abused, and she had a lot going on in her life. And yes, domestic violence is common. Yes, it's prevalent, unfortunately. And we see a lot of cases that we prosecute here in this county and in Walton County where victims are not allowed to get away from their abusers. They are held under the thumb of their abusers. They're afraid to go get a TPO. They're afraid to go seek help.
This is strong, and strong for the context. She's there was a big thing in the Courtney Bell's attorney's closing argument where he said, "We have a whole month in this country devoted to domestic violence." For awareness, I'm guessing. Is that a thing? What month is it? January, I'll bet. That's a rough one.
From the court system. They're afraid that if they call 911, they're going to get beat worse the next day. They're afraid that if they call 911, DFACs might come and take their children away from them. This is not the case here. There's a big distinction. She's getting beat up by him from time to time, but she keeps going back for more. He's trying to leave her. He is saying, "Why do you always have to follow me?" He said that in the statement on 12/13. It's awful. He tells Alexander this, and again, I don't.
Michelle De Matteo says, "I don't think we have apple tango here." Oh. Sounds delicious. You don't consume alcohol, if I remember correctly. No. Well, I mean, there are patches. Not very often. In fact, what is it? It's 3 months and 3 days. 3 months, 3 days. It's good. It's a good thing to do. It's really nice.
I can't imagine why he thought these kind of statements were helpful to him. But he tells Alexander, she always wanted to follow me. She always wanted to be with me. I wanted my freedom. She wouldn't let me just go. And so what I figured out is if I just beat her up a little bit, then, that she couldn't, I could get away. Telling Shane, slam on the gas. And yet, there she goes, and to some extent, Mr. Frost is right, in her naive, young, foolish mind. Well, if I just keep, forgiving him and loving him, and baby, come back, and baby, I'll do this, and, it's just, she's perfect.
Does anyone think Layla Zahn might have been there herself? Once or twice, maybe? Oh shit, I just lost the place. Did I go back to it perfectly?
Statement. When Alexander says you're being charged with cruelty to children, second degree, and then she says, well, I don't know what that means. And he says, it's contributing to the deprivation of a child. It basically means that because of the improper care and the things that have been going on in that household, that the children, and she interrupts him and says, well, that's the only thing I should be charged with. She's like, we've talked about that. I agreed to that. I mean, so she knows that she's neglected her children. And he says, who talked about that? She says, when we first met, I told you, I was completely honest. I told you all what all went on and all what happened and what all we did. And he says, uh-huh. And she says, I'm guilty of somewhat neglect because I did drugs. So she knows that. She knew that was wrong to do that, to involve her children around that. And she says, and I'm quoting, I agree that I did drugs. I agree that mine and his relationship wasn't fit for kids. But I was trying. I loved our babies. And she talks about how she had smudged marijuana throughout the whole pregnancy, and she had done methamphetamine at least, 10 times while she was pregnant with a child. She knows it's wrong. She knows what she's doing is wrong. And her naivety or her, pipe dream, and it's a good thing to want to have a father for your children. It's a good thing.
Don't use the phrase pipe dream around a meth head. I mean, come on. Courtney's dreaming of a pipe right now. My pipe dream. I had a pipe dream.
To want to have a home. I don't doubt that. I really don't. I don't doubt that she wanted this, kind of the all-American dream, mom, dad, 2 kids.
Harley, I have heard something like that before. Fanta was made from remnants of Coca-Cola because the US couldn't get the ingredients from Germany during World War II. I have heard that before, and it does sound believable, doesn't it?
Kids and, the dog. But the reality is, this guy is not capable of that. And so she's pursuing something, and she knows better. And you know how she knows better? Because her family's telling her that. Tim Bell, it was no secret, had no love lost for this man McNabb. He was concerned about his daughter's well-being, much less his granddaughter's well-being. But Courtney was wild, stubborn, strong-willed, and thought she was going to prove everybody that true love was going to win out in the end. And it didn't work out too well. Now she's charged with murder, and her baby's gone forever. And she's responsible for that. She's accountable. She chose to make these decisions. Cruelty in the second degree is with criminal negligence that she caused Kalia McNabb, a child under the age of 18, cruel and excessive physical pain through the infliction upon blunt force trauma. Now, this doesn't mean that it's alleged that she inflicted the blunt force trauma, but because of her negligence, did the child suffer blunt force trauma? Well, if you look at what the definition of criminal negligence is, it's defined as an act which demonstrates a willful, wanton...
What are you off the rum writing? Never again. Never let me near that again. Rum is one of those drinks that makes women sit on the stairs by themselves, right, at a party. And then when they finally come back into the room, they say, everybody, shh, 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 shh. This song is all about me.
Or reckless disregard for the safety of others who might reasonably be expected to be injured thereby. Willful, wanton, or reckless disregard. It's a disregard. Yeah, I know I should expose my kids to these violence. She said it. Yeah, I know you shouldn't be, smoking meth when you have kids around you. But, Well, that's what this is. There's no intention required. We don't have to prove that she intended to harm her child. There's no evidence of that. If she had woken up and heard or seen McNabb beating on her child, I bet you she would have run in there and got into it and try to fight off McNabb. I don't think she would ever just sit and watch that happen. But that's not what she's charged with. She's charged with neglecting her child and putting her child in this situation. Her child, Kalia, needed a mother who could hear her cries. That's what she deserved. That's what she needed. And she needed a mother who could protect her from the volatility of this man. And Miss Bell could not say to you that, oh, I didn't know he was capable of hurting my children, because he's shown it time and time again. And she couldn't say, and Mr. Frost can't argue, well, but she was sleeping, so it's not her fault she didn't hear her child. She's passed out on the couch. She's using drugs. And it isn't about a singular moment. This charge is not that one singular bad decision, like what was alleged by the defense was, well, if you leave your kids, out in an ocean where there's sharks swimming around and they're being fed and there's blood in the water, yeah, that's a singular action. We're looking at a cumulative 14 days of this child's life. Everybody, like Mr. Frost said, everybody can make a mistake. I mean, my goodness, what if you accidentally left a candle burning and the child...
Oh, yeah, writing. Yeah, they were married. They were married at the local tire shop. They got a new set of tires thrown in.
It fell over on the child and the child burned. I mean, there are going to be situations that are just accidents that nobody could foresee. But that's not what this is. I mean, we're talking about for 14 days what's happening to baby Kalia. I mean... Yeah,
this is good. She's convincing me, and I've been saying that, they went too strong, but... Layla Zahn is just so good at her job that, this is what she does, right? She convinces. She's a convincer. Boom.
Let's actually talk about what baby Kalia's life was for 14 days. And the only person who really had control over that is Cortney Bell. McNabb's, anytime he sees Tim Bell, he runs like a chicken, like a coward. Guilty conscience.
Oh. She is just dressing him down, huh? Anytime he sees that, he runs away like a coward. Fucking guilty conscience. Just love her attitude in this. And it's a little bit, I'm not saying it's like a Georgia Kappelman style at all, because that is not something that can be replicated. But there's something similar with the kind of normalcy of her presentation. She's not doing what we see a lot of prosecutors do, which is quite a polished, tidy thing with notes and blah, blah, blah. Layla's just up there. She could be talking to someone at the bar. Every time he's in here, he runs away like a coward. Fucking guilty conscience. just love her. She's great.
We're talking about for 14 days what's happening to baby Kalia. Let's actually talk about what baby Kalia's life was for 14 days. And the only person who really had control over that is Cortney Bell. McNabb's, anytime he sees Tim Bell, he runs like a chicken, like a coward. Guilty conscience, once again. Poor girl's walking around with black eyes the day that her baby's missing. You saw it in the trailer?
Whoa, she that really showed something, didn't it? That showed a little bit of humanity. Poor girl's walking around with black eyes the day the baby goes missing. She's sympathizing with one of the co-defendants that she is trying for murder. We don't often see that either. I don't know if that was a slip or poor girl's walking around with a black eye. Either Layla has been beat the shit out of in a relationship, or maybe her sister has, or something. There's something personal here. Not that there needs to be. I mean, like she said, she sees all sorts of cases come through her door where victims of domestic abuse, whatever their I don't want to use the word gender, whatever their sex, right? That are tied down, can't get out, stuck.
Probably another reason he runs. What a coward. Beats up on women and beats up on babies.
And now, as she's giving this speech, just sort of messing around with the, what do you call it, easel, it's almost like she's like in a room by herself, just talking out loud. What does he do? He runs away like a coward and he beats up on babies. It's almost like she's packing a bag. This activity with the easels, just the jury's not there. There's no judge in the room. There's no gallery. Nothing. And she's just like letting it out in a personal moment. And I think that is something that any performer, and it is a performance. I mean, she's doing a one act play right now. This is a one act play starring Layla Zahn, and she's making headlines. But what was I going to say? That thing about I cannot find the words to say what I want to say.
Then has the nerve to go get a tattoo of the baby on his face to impress you all. Look, here's my tears I just tattooed. Just in case you don't buy my real ones, I've got them painted on my face for you.
Wow, so he got the tattoos of the tears and the Kalia after that was his priority. I better run out and how am I gonna show the cops that I'm really upset? I know. I'll head down to the local tattoo parlor and I'll have them tattoo teardrops on my face as a symbol to my respect for my fallen child.
This is Kalia's life. This is what Kalia, for 14 days of her life.
God, look at that. Fucking hell. That's her life? How fucked up is that? Can you imagine? Imagine what were you doing 2 weeks ago? Because that seems like yesterday to me. 2 weeks? And look at this. With Megan, with Tim. What are they? What are they? Pediatric check? I can't read it.
Experience. She's born, spends 4 days at the hospital. Thank the Lord. There she was, being fed, being taken care of, probably held by some sweet nurses there at the hospital. They are saints and angels. Then on October 1st, we know that this baby went and was dropped off over at Megan's. Megan said she dropped him off for a couple days. So there is 2 or 3 days where Courtney's running around chasing Chris, remember? She's texting him. It's all in those Facebook records. When you guys go back in the back to deliberate, you're going to get all this evidence. The only thing you really can't do with the evidence is you're not going to get a recording device or a playing device, so you can't play all these interviews again. If there was something in question or in doubt, you could always request to hear that portion again. Hopefully you don't want to hear all 7 or whatever it is that we played 6 interviews again. But you will have the pictures, you will have the Facebook data. I think it was mentioned during the direct examination testimony that it's backwards. So if you're trying to look at it, you got to remember that it goes backwards. You got to remember that it's universal time, so you got to subtract 4 hours. But if you really wanted to sit there for a week and just go through the records, you could see all their communication during all these days. And we just showed you a little bit of it. with Investigator Alexander on the stand with Bo Alexander, because we wanted to show you that during this period of time, she's not here with her kids either. He's gone smoking dope over on Woodlawn Road, but he won't tell her where she's at. And then he'll, like, the next day say, come pick me up, here's the address. Like, after he's partied, after he's done whatever he wants to do, and he needs a ride again in the mechmobile, he, I guess flashes the big M up in the sky, and she comes and picks him up, and they go to the next meth house. And so they go from, Woodlawn, they go over to Laurel Drive, and they stay over there at Laurel Drive with Shane Kidd and his crew, and they're bouncing around in Meadowbrook, et cetera, et cetera. So we know that all this is happening during this period of time of October the 1st through the 3rd, and we know that this child is just in the hands and in the care of Megan Searles. Again, thankfully, because there's no suggestion of anything but love and kindness, that Megan would have supported that child and tried to do the best that she could to take care of that child. She is a good mother, obviously, to her children, and she was trying to help out. I think she alluded to the fact on the stand that she knew what Courtney was up to, and she didn't want that child to be around that environment. And then on October the 3rd is when Tim comes, and Tim picks up the children and takes them. And we heard the 2 911 calls, and we hear Courtney on the phone, my dad took my kids in my car, and Tim Bell saying, they have abandoned those youngins, and that sort of thing. We know that at some point in time on the 5th, Courtney's back over at her dad's house. She calls and asks, will you pick me up and take me to see my kids? And she stays over there, and according to Tim, there's a lot of hollering and arguing back and forth that day. She wanted the car. She's texting Chris McNabb like crazy. Those are a lot of those messages that we were reading to you where, they're fighting, and he's saying, get me the car. Just get the car, steal the car, do this, do that. And that's what's happening on the 5th. Then by the 6th, that's when Tim Bell's going to bring the children back to the house. And so where has Kalia, by the way, been with her mother? We don't even know where Kalia was between the 27th and the 1st. There may be a suggestion that Missy Davis was watching them sometimes, but we don't know that the child was even with the parents during these 4 days, but we certainly know that the child was not with the parents between October the 1st and like the 6th. So there's 5 days missing of her life. There's 4 days missing up here, which is 9 days. I mean, the child was missing here. So, they've only had their child for a couple of days. So for either of them, especially McNabb to sit there and say, I love my babies. I loved holding her. Oh, I loved, just loving on.
Absinthe. Absinthe is only, you have to drink that on the beach in Nice, setting it on fire with that special spoon and sugar and a sugar cube. And then go straight into work.
On her, and when I touch on her little face and calm her down, he's just full of it. He's running around chasing dope and chasing his freedom and abandoning his children. He talks like a dog to the mother of his children. Thank goodness Clarissa is not being raised.
Just regular family living.
By that man, because what would he have taught Clarissa about how to treat a woman, or how to treat the mother, or how she should be treated? Tim Bell did a good job raising Courtney to the extent that he could. I know he's a father raising a daughter, but he's indulged her a little too much. He's overindulged her. There's no insult, as Mr. Frost said, about the living in the mobile home park. Nobody's insulting that. They had provisions. But not because they were getting their own provisions. It's because they were letting their grandparents take care of everything. Buy them all the milk, buy them all the diapers, even buying them cigarettes. They just literally, Chris McNabb was a user, and he was an abuser. He abused her, being Courtney. He abused drugs, and he used Courtney for a car. And he used all the items at Tim Bell. I'm sure he kept the refrigerator stocked, and he kept food in the house, and he kept diapers on the baby. So that's all credit to Tim Bell. And then the baby is missing, and then the baby is found dead. And really, we know the baby was dead on this day. The baby was dead on the 7th. Baby Kalia had a very short lifespan. And if you want to sit here and say that Cortney Bell has no responsibility in this, that's just not true. That's the mother of that child. All of those days, from the day she left the hospital, that baby could have been in that trailer. I say nice trailer. It wasn't nice because it was dirty and messy. But Cortney Bell could have been in that trailer or with Tim Bell. She had places to go. You know Kim Weatherford, you know Megan Sorrells, you know they would have let her come over there. She had places to go to take care of that child and do what any mother should want to do with their newborn baby. Cuddle it, hold it, sing to it, pray over it, nurture the child, but she...
Just a little word from today's sponsor, Mr. Vincent. Mr. Vincent. I know what he means.
chose to take this baby down this path with her. And she put Chris McNabb and herself above her child. And so therefore, she is negligent because she created this environment. She's the one that night on October the 6th, if we're going to get specific now and not general, she's the one that said, how could you leave without me? I would have smoked dope too. Then she's smoking dope right then, hours before her child goes missing. That's negligence. If it's not, then is it okay if everybody, if you've got a child that's under 2 years old, if you've got a 14-day-old.
It's funny, you know, because dope in England is just weed or hash. But in America, it seems to be everything.
In Covington,
anything.
You can't afford to go to preschool, just go drop them off at the local Met House in town. No, that's not negligent. That's not abuse of a child, right? Because the minute that happens, pretty sure DFACS is going to take the kids. Pretty sure if my office finds out about it, you're going to get prosecuted. And that should be the message that comes out of this trial.
Wow. I just love what she's doing. I started off today's show thinking, oh, you know, they shouldn't have gone in so hard. They, you know, it all got turned over in appeal anyway if they'd have gone in softer. But after watching Layla with all of you, I don't care what she asks me for. It's a yes. It's always yes to Layla Zahn. Am I right?
You want to abuse drugs? Then do it. You want to bring children into this world? You better raise them. You better take care of your children. Break the cycle. She failed to provide.
Now she's almost threatening the jury. You better believe it. You better take care of those kids. My office is going to prosecute you.
Proper parental care and adequate supervision. I just want to go back for a second because I don't know if you noticed this here, but I got a rattlesnake right up there. When I click on it and it goes into the drugs and all that. And the rattlesnake is because you would never take a rattlesnake and you wouldn't throw it in a trailer of that size with a newborn baby, would you? You wouldn't take a rattlesnake and throw it in with a 14-day-old child and think that wasn't careless, that wasn't negligent.
Especially if the rattlesnake was on meth. I mean, that would be a fucking nightmare.
Negligent, was it wanton or willful neglect?
Some fucking tweaker rattlesnake. Can't trust him.
Would you put a rattlesnake? What would you expect might happen if you put a rattlesnake in a trailer with a child? That child's going to get bit. Something bad.
I love the not polished thing, Jill Jane, and we're seeing more and more of that, aren't we? There's a new form. They used to be casual or polished. Now, the only way to be polished is by being casual well. Right? And that's the hybrid. That's evolution. Right? That's how we make the next generation of great lawyers. What's going to come next?
What is going to happen? Well, Chris McNabb was a rattlesnake. Chris McNabb was a rattlesnake, and so was the methamphetamine that she put into her body. That's another poisonous venom in our society that she chose.
Bringing it back to the poisonous venom. The meth is the venom of society. And what do you get if you put a rattlesnake on meth? Poisonous venom. Times 2.
To bring around that child. And so you can't get around the fact that Courtney Bell shares in the responsibility of her child's death. Look at her behavior afterwards. Running around, smoking dope. Even when Chris jumps out of the car and she knows her baby's found, she wants to go to Anderson Circle to get high. So in count 3, she's charged with failing to provide proper parental care and adequate supervision. And it says contributing to the deprivation of the minor. The statute actually says contributing to the dependency of a minor. But the body is what is important. What's being alleged here is that she willfully failed to provide parental care or control for Kalia McNabb, a minor child under the age of 18, and failed to provide such child with adequate supervision necessary for the child's well-being. Said act resulting in her being deprived, or actually, again, substitute the word dependent child in accordance with the provisions of Code Section 1511.2. So Code Section 1511.2 essentially is kind of what's in the body here, that if you're failing to provide proper parental care, or you're making that child in a situation that they're dependent, so as like they need even like the court's protection, then you're contributing to the dependency of that child. And of course, she's got that in her statement, that she knows defects could take her children. So she's aware that she's contributing to this, that she's making her child dependent upon protection of the court, and that her child has been abused or neglected. And so all of these sort of are similar. When you're talking about her charges are independent, you have to find her guilty of each one independent of each other. But I would suggest that the evidence has shown in this case that she is guilty of all 3 counts in this indictment because of her actions. Now, quickly, I'll go through the timeline again. I think we've all got these dates and times memorized in our parts. 3 to 5 a.m. was when they said that they were sleeping. 5:51 is when we know McNabb is on Facebook. 9:33 is when the text message comes in from Dad McNabb. And then we've got Chris texting Courtney Morris at 9:42 in the morning, which, you know, sort of busts his little window down to a very small time frame that somebody could have broken in and stolen his child. And then Courtney says we wake up at 10:19. So even if you look at 9:42, if he's texting and flirting with this Courtney Morris, oh, sorry, my bad.
Brian, how you doing? Good to see you, man.
Well, one of the reasons why I wanted to play that last jail call that we played with Bo Alexander is he talks about this whole thing with Courtney Morris on there with Courtney Bell. And she's like, Courtney Morris has screenshots of you communicating. And he says, no. Remember that night before you told me to block her? So you get the idea, or you get the picture that Courtney Bell discovers that he's on Facebook sending in a friend request or a message request to go talk to
Thujon content is too low to cause hallucinations. Not in Nice.
Courtney Morris, who's never met before, but remember, he's loving his babies and having a regular family day of living, according to his statement. He's sitting there flirting with some woman at 8 o'clock at night on the night before. Courtney tells him, shut it down. You don't need to be talking to her. You need to block her. And then he unblocks her the following day. So he admits that. He admits that's him. He can't say somebody hacked into his phone and it was somebody else. He admits that he was the one that was texting her. That's in the jail call. And he admits that Courtney had told him to block her the night before. And then he tries to play cool to the girl the next day, the other Courtney, like, oh, my bad, I don't know what happened. You know, you can't say, like, my girlfriend caught me and she made me block you. He would lose cool points if he did that. So he has to act like he accidentally blocked her. But if he was awake enough to do that, do any of y'all believe that he fell back to sleep then before little Clarissa comes in there? And Clarissa comes in there at around 10.
Are we posting chat GPT results in the chat, Neverly? I don't know if that's a good idea. I'll start to not feel like I'm actually talking to any people.
10 in the morning. And incidentally, it's very important about what Clarissa did, because if a child had seen something or heard something that concerned her, you would think that she would go running to the arms of her parents because she was in need of protection, or she was hurt, or she was scared, or she was frightened, but she was hiding behind that couch. They both said that she was backing up and hiding behind the couch. Would that not be suggestive of the fact that one of the two of them were involved in whatever happened to the sister? Why would she hide from her own parents? Pretty powerful evidence, her body language. She was only 2 years old. He even makes a statement like, Daddy's a protector. Daddy can't even protect their mother from himself. And then we have the 911 call, and Chris, of course, does a disappearing act, which he's known to do. Remember, he ran even from the hospital when his own baby was sitting there because he got freaked out and saw the police. And Shane Kidd said he had to go pick him up because he ran from the hospital and goes to Academy Springs Park.
He's always running somewhere, isn't he? He's running out of the car, run down to the hospital, run to the woods, run under the trailer. Take a minute. Try thinking. Well, I know that will be a new concept to you, Chris. But, it can help. If you think, if you try, it's not all about action, is it? It's about directed action. How do you decide where to direct your action? You think it through.
Which I'm not really clear why that would be a good place to go, because that's right across from the police department. I'm not going to go through the calendar again because we just did that a little bit ago. I want to finish up by just talking about the law. You've heard reasonable doubt read to you a couple of times, so I'm not going to reread it. But I do want you to know and remember that it's not a vague.
Yeah, it's interesting differentiator with this meth head murder muppet case and the one in Ohio, the Groves case, because in that one, the key instigator, or I don't know what to call it, the key assailant was the woman in the relationship, Jessica Groves. But on this one, it's completely the other way around.
Or an arbitrary doubt. So it's not just, they didn't account for the escapee, they didn't account for the person who might have broken into the house, the conspiracy theories and all that silly nonsense. The state's not required to prove that, to disprove every theoretical that they can come up with. Nothing else makes sense in this case. And we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the crime against Mr. McNabb. In fact, Mr. McNabb is charged with malice murder, so I want to talk for just a second to you about what he's charged with, because those charges are different than Courtney's. Now, Courtney is charged
tripping in the desert
with cruelty, and so is he. And we talked about
New Mexico tripping. I bet that's fucking great. What's the closest I've come to that? I don't know. Yeah, it's dusty here sometimes. Parts of Alentejo was very dusty, sandy, dry, arid. But it's not fucking New Mexico, is it? Similar, just smaller. And tripping is all about the size.
that the same principles of law apply. It was argued by Mr. Frost that
I shouldn't say size. I should say scale.
if you don't believe that Chris killed the baby, then Courtney's
Vastness.
automatically not guilty. So in other words, if you don't think that Chris McNabb is the one who killed the
And nowhere does vastness better than the United States of the USA.
child, and you think maybe somebody else broke in and took the child and killed the child, then she's automatically not guilty. That's just not true. Because as a mother, she's there to protect her child for whatever's happening, whether it's McNabb or whether it's...
Actually, the Australians have a good one. Big sky.
Stranger guy, and it's not as if she was just a mother, again, doing what's right, being alert, being ready to take care of her child. She had smoked drugs, and that's made her incapacitated, if you will, to be able to protect her child. So she's guilty, even if you don't think that Chris is the one who murdered the child, although I would argue that Chris murdered the child, of course. Malice murder.
Yeah.
A person commits malice murder when that person unlawfully and with malice aforethought, either express or implied, causes the death of another human being. Express malice is the deliberate intention to take away the life of another, which we don't have here. That would be like somebody saying, hey, I'm going to kill my child. Don't have that in most murder cases. But you have implied malice. And implied malice is when all of the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart, which is what we have here, right? The circumstantial evidence, the circumstance of those injuries to that child suggests that whoever killed.
I love how Georgia words some of their laws. You know, most states rephrase that line to something like malicious intent, right? No malicious. But Georgia says, this showed a depraved and malignant heart, which is so archaic. It must come from like old England. A depraved and malignant heart. I think they said that in the Pirates of the Caribbean. I mean, it's really like something that's 300 years old, right? A depraved and malignant heart. I mean, just the fact that they refer to the heart as a center of goodness, I suppose, right? I mean, why is the heart depraved in the Georgia legislature? Because it lacks goodness, right? So how Georgia sees the human heart is this sort of, you know, center of being of morality, really, which is, you know, not the biological definition, is it? I think it's really. Well, I don't know that it's good or bad, but I think it's certainly interesting that Georgia's chosen to keep that in their expression of their laws. You know, and within the wording that goes back to the jury to explain the thinking behind these laws, and, you know, almost forms part of a checklist, doesn't it? Depraved and malignant heart, check. So murder. And so not only are they retaining it as a concept internally, but they're in full awareness that it goes out to be what is the word? Not consumed, but losing the words. 2 hours sleep, but you know, that goes back to the jury for them to make their decision. You write your own sentence.
That child had an abandoned and malignant heart. You'd have to kill a 14-day-old baby. You'd have to, especially to be the father of that child. And so it's for you to decide whether or not the facts and circumstances of this case show malice. But it doesn't mean that it has to be a premeditated murder. It doesn't mean that there has to be ill will or hatred towards the child, but it's the unlawful intention to kill without any sort of justification, excuse, or mitigation. So you don't have to premeditate it. You don't have to have motive, and you don't have to have any sort of period of time, like a planning period of time. If a killing is done with malice, no matter how short that time of malicious intent may have existed, such killing constitutes murder. What that means is if he's sitting there playing video games, or he's playing on his Facebook, or he's smoking meth, doing whatever he's doing, like Courtney's passed out on the couch, and he hears that child crying one more time, and it drives him crazy, and he goes back there and he does whatever he does. That's malice murder. You don't have to have a plan. You don't have to say, well, I think I'm going to go back there and kill my daughter right now. Because we know McNabb, what we know by all of the things we've seen in this case, he's impulsive. He doesn't think before he acts. He punches. He slams his fist against that table. He loses.
There, you see, me and Miss Zahn, we're on the same page completely. That's exactly what I just said. And I haven't even seen it this far in.
It on the phone. He screams. He throws things out the window. So that's still malice murder because there's no time frame for which he would have had to form that malicious intent. He could form it in an instant. Georgia law does not require premeditation, and no particular length of time is required for malice to be generated in the mind of a person. It may be formed in a moment, and instantly a mortal wound may be inflicted. So he literally could have thought in 2 seconds, he could have gone back there, picked up the baby, and thought, well, maybe I'll feed her and she'll shut up. And then when he put that bottle in her mouth and she wouldn't shut up, he just, no. Whatever he did, however he killed that child, that's malice murder. It can be formed in an instance. It doesn't have to be premeditated. And we do not have to have motive as well. There's no motive that's required under Georgia law. Certainly the motive in this case would be that he is just an angry, agitated person when he's on methamphetamine. In fact, Craig Weatherford testified that everybody acts out of character when you're on methamphetamine, and we know the defendant said that several times in his statement. In the third statement, in the 1213 statement, he's telling Alexander that he beats Courtney up, and he's like, man, it was a meth. I was strung out on dope. And that's sort of his excuse for why he's so violent towards Courtney, is because of that. Now, he's also charged with felony murder, and a person in this...
So let's imagine for a moment that Mr. McNabb just, fairy godmother comes down. Meth is just no longer a part of his life. Anyway, no association, no temptation, nothing, right? Fairy godmother, wave the wand, meth, not in the equation at all. Not a thing. Not even any history of meth. It's just all gone. Do you think he's not going to be beating the shit out of his girlfriend? Really? What does that tell us? What does that tell us? It tells us that meth is not on trial here, okay? No one's putting meth on trial. Meth doesn't make you kill your children. Maybe PCP does and eat them, but we're not talking about that today. We're talking about meth. Well, actually we're not, because it's part of the story. But the same exact story would have happened with no meth at all. Right? He'd still be beating up Courtney. He'd still be a fucking hopeless, deadbeat shitbag. And that's just who he is, right? Let him be who he is in jail.
In this case, we've got two different crimes. Felony murder in Georgia law is just an alternative form of murder. So you've got malice murder, right? He's guilty of malice murder.
I think we are trying to do shorter shows, but I think we are again going to end exactly on 4 hours just by complete fucking freak chance. How do I do that? It's like a magnet or something. I mean, exact. We've got 11 minutes to go.
Because it's not that he formed the intent to kill that child in an instant. And the circumstances surrounding the amount of blows, the extent of the damage shows that there was a malice intent, which is not ill will or hatred, but an intent to kill. He formed that. He's guilty of malice murder, but felony murder would be, in this case, killing the child in the commission of the aggravated battery, which is what he's alleged to have done, and also in connection with cruelty to children in the first degree. So you've heard cruelty second. What's cruelty first? Well, first of all, he's charged with aggravated battery. Everybody knows what a battery is, right? A battery is when you punch somebody, and an aggravated battery is probably just what it sounds like. It's when it's a really bad battery. It's when you maliciously cause bodily harm.
Yeah, it's an exacerbator. What, and alcohol isn't? I mean, you know, this whole argument of like a meth, oh, crazy meth. I mean, yeah, it's not. I don't think there's anything. I actually don't have really much knowledge about that one at all. Which is a real fucking stab wound to my ego. Total stab wound to my ego. But yeah. Certainly doesn't help Mr. McNabb, but it didn't make him who he is. You know what I'm saying? And maybe what I should have said is take meth out of the equation and replace it with alcohol. Then it could have been even worse. I mean, alcohol really is the worst one. Of all of them put together. Think about the cost, the financial cost to, you know, the nation, hospitals, drink drive accidents, murders, liver disease. I mean, it is astronomical. You could get all the fucking heroin in the world. You could get all the meth in the world. And I don't know much about fentanyl either, but that's, again, I mean, I've never been particularly interested in either fentanyl or methamphetamine. You know? Plus, they're just not present this side of the Atlantic. Anywhere near in the same way. But yeah. Add up all the problems drugs cause, and they are dwarfed, not even 1% of the problems alcohol causes. Which one is legal? Yeah? And why? I mean, if you're going to make any drug or substance illegal, alcohol starts with an A for a reason, and it should be top of the list.
To another person, in this case, Kalia McNabb, by rendering a...
I'm not saying ban it. I'm saying I don't think anything should be banned, but I also don't think it should be legal. Fucking these idiots getting excited about fucking pot becoming legal. And it's like, that's gonna ruin pot, you fucking idiots. Ruin pot so that it can be taxed and fucking regulated and commercialized and put in a fucking design-heavy packet. Oh, it's colourful and it's flavoured. Fuck you. Go and buy your drugs off a fucking guy in the street in a little plastic bag and look out for cops. Because that is how it should be. You know? Don't fucking dispensaries. I wouldn't even... Amsterdam is a fucking shithole. You know, it's like Amsterdam. People talk about Amsterdam like it's a good thing. Like, oh, coffee shop. Oh. Grow the fuck up. Go and buy your drugs off a guy in the street in a little plastic bag, and watch out for cops. That's a good way to go about it. Yeah, teaches you a lot. And these kids coming up today where it's all just available in the store, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck you.
Part of their body useless. A member of their body useless. In this case, Kalia McNabb's little brain was useless, right? Because we saw what it was liquefied. And said Kalia McNabb is the child of the accused. So she is his daughter, of course, and in this case it's alleged that he maliciously caused bodily harm. So if in the maliciousness, in the act of causing the harm to the child, which rendered the child's body useless in some part of their body, which in this case we've alleged the brain, the child dies, that's felony murder. So it's just when you're committing a felony and there's a cause relationship, that felony causes a death. And so here, he's guilty of aggravated battery, just like he's...
Portugal decriminalized all drugs. I mean, it's not legal, it's decriminalized. That's the difference. I don't know if it's still like that. But yeah, no issues. They had zero issues. I mean, this whole thing about fucking issues with drugs is so... It's really half the story, right? It's really half the story. And it's told in the way that it's told by the people that tell it because it's to their advantage. You trust that, do you?
Guilty of malice murder, and because he's guilty of aggravated battery, then he's also guilty of felony murder. Each of these are alleged both in the felony murder but also independently, if that makes sense. So you can't have a felony murder without having a felony. All right, and then he's charged with felony murder in connection with cruelty to children in the first degree, which is that he maliciously caused Kalia McNabb, a child under the age of 18, cruel and excessive physical pain by inflicting blunt force trauma upon the child to her head. Again, it's kind of one of those, either but you believe he did it, if he didn't. If you believe that McNabb was the one who killed that child, he's guilty of all these charges. They're not difficult charges legally, as Mr. Carter said. It's that, again, he caused excessive physical pain by inflicting blunt force trauma.
Got to get some rest to go and help the marginalized. Boom! Good work.
Upon the child, which is different than cruelty in the second, which is what we've got both of them charged with, where there's criminal negligence. So remember that cruelty in the second degree just means it's negligence. That's why Courtney's charged with negligence. She's not charged with murder, malice murder, felony murder. She's charged with murder in the second and cruelty in the second. And cruelty in the second is what forms the basis of the murder in the second. In this case, he's charged with cruelty in the second as well, with criminal negligence. Again, same exact charge that Courtney's charged with. Now, Mr. Carter says, well, there's no evidence of that. I can't imagine a scenario where a TV fell on the child. And I would contend that there's really not any evidence that a TV fell on the child or that anything bad happened and he tried to cover.
Well, he threw the TV out the window the week before. Oh, if only I hadn't gotten rid of that TV. I could have framed that TV for murder.
Because the injuries are just so bad. You know, they're crushing, and everything that Dr. Darasaw testified to is not really consistent with just even a bad accident that happened to the child. He also would be a fool to have not have told law enforcement that, because he would have a much lesser degree of culpability if that had been the case. But he would still be guilty of second-degree negligence if one of his meth head guys that had some sort of a beef with him broke into the trailer and killed his child. I mean, you can find that if you believe that it's negligent. See, negligence is really a jury question, right? Because the defense is saying, well, I mean, not every person who does drugs and, should be charged with negligence or neglect, but you're looking at it in this case with these circumstances. A different jury with different circumstances might find that somebody wasn't negligent. So it's very fact dependent, and you, the jurors, are the ones who determine whether or not they were negligent, and if you do believe somebody snuck into the trailer and killed his child, whether he should be found guilty just like her because they were smoking meth and asleep.
Nice little subtle nod of the head there with the accented do believe. Check that out. It's very subtle and unintentional. She just opens the box, right? Just open the box and let out the justice.
I would suggest in this case, there was no sleeping on his. So it's very fact dependent, and you, the jurors, are the ones who determine whether or not they were negligent, and if you do believe somebody snuck into the trailer and killed his child, whether he should be found guilty just like her because they were smoking meth and asleep. I would suggest in this case there was no sleeping on his part, and so he's guilty of these other murders, and the cruelty in the second, because it's negligence, he's not. But it's kind of like if he's guilty of all these murders, that one just stacks underneath it. So if you were to find him guilty of every count in the indictment, they'll end up merging. The judge would do that as a matter of law. So you don't have to sort through that. Like, well, if we think that he killed her intentionally, what does it mean? You have to find him guilty on every count. But that doesn't mean that he's going to be sentenced for 5 different murders, if that makes sense. And you're going to have a jury verdict form just like this for each defendant. And whoever you select to be your foreperson will, of course, after you deliberate, fill this form out. And you would say, we, the jury, find the defendant. And you'll fill in this blank, either guilty or not guilty, for each and every one of the counts in this case. Now, he's also charged with something different that she's not charged with. He's charged with concealing the death of another because we know that whoever killed this child, and of course the evidence suggests it was him, took the child out into the woods and concealed the child. You saw that hole, and you know that the person, Miss Tara Robinson, who discovered the bag that the child was in, actually found it covered with debris. So there was an effort made to conceal the death of another. Unfortunately, it was the death of his own child. I told you I was going to wrap up by explaining just a couple more principles of law. Direct and circumstantial evidence. In considering the evidence in this case, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions, and you should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. The judge is going to explain to you the difference between the two, but circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference, by consistency with some fact or the elimination of others. But the important thing to remember about this charge is that you don't have to be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. They carry the same weight. And lastly, as a principle of law, I'd like to talk to you just about voluntary intoxication. Georgia law provides that being under the influence of drugs shall never be an excuse for any criminal act. It further provides that if a person's mind, when not affected by drugs, is capable of distinguishing between right and wrong, as well as reasoning and acting rationally, and the person voluntarily deprives himself of that good reasoning, that good judgment, then because they have injected those drugs and they commit a criminal act, they're going to be responsible just as if they were sober. So you can't just be sober and know, like, it's probably not a good idea to have meth in the house with the kids. I'm going to stop that. As soon as Chris puts a wedding ring on me, as soon as he...
Yeah, that'd be good, wasn't it? Yeah, I did rob that bank, but I was on meth, and I thought I was visiting my grandmother, but it turns out I had a gun, and I was demanding them to put all the $100 bills unmarked into a bag. Damn it, meth! God damn you, meth! I just wanted to visit my granny in the old folks' home, and now you've done this, meth.
Stops beating up on me. We'll have that happy, fun family, and then you get high on meth. I mean, you know the difference between right and wrong. Both of them do. He doesn't run because he's scared. He runs because he's conscious of that's called consciousness of guilt. He runs because he is conscious of his guilt. He knows it. That's why he runs. Each verdict form is separate. I hate to bring up any photographs from the child's autopsy. I clearly don't have any post-incision autopsy photographs displayed here. I wouldn't do that to Kalia, and I wouldn't do that to you again, and I really respect the family that's in here as well. But I find it very ironic. The child was wearing a shirt that said "Stay away, boys," and I say a shirt, a little onesie. My daddy works out. That father.
Stay away, boys, my daddy works out. That was the garment, onesie, twosie, whatever it was, that they dressed a 14-day-old baby in. Where do you even buy something like that? Seriously, I wanna buy a tiny newborn size onesie with a message on that says, "Stay away, boys. My daddy works out." Does anybody else see something extremely wrong and disturbing about that image? I mean, it just. It's just so fucked up, that, isn't it? I mean, on every level, on every possible level. I mean, if you really think about what that means, I'm sure Chris will tell us that it's a mark of how honourable he is, that he would defend his child against any likely suitor of a 14-day-old baby. But actually, it's about possession, property, control, threat. I mean, it's there's not one nice thing about that. I mean, there must have been loads. If they sell that, they must sell normal stuff. Like, what would you normally get? A fucking little onesie with a little cartoon character monkey on the belly, or just I think a monkey's good, isn't it? I was going to say a cat, but I don't know if that. A monkey. Put a little monkey on the belly of the baby, on the onesie. I mean, that's normal. Stay away, boys. My daddy works out. You see this baby here? This baby is my property, and I make all the decisions, and I work out, meaning, and yeah, I work out my lungs on my pipe.
Who this shirt essentially speaks to what every little girl wants from their dad. They want protection. They want a man they can look up to. They want a person who respects and protects their mother. I've always heard it said the best way you can teach your children to love is to show and love their mother from a man. And he didn't do any of that. He was so abusive. He was so selfish. And he really harmed that child before he took these malicious, horrific, appalling acts of violence against her. He harmed her, by the way, he deprived her of her mother, searching and following around Covington for him. This case is about a cry for her innocence. I can't think of anything more innocent than these.
Searching around Covington for him while he's doinking her mother. Jesus.
Little feet and that little thumb that was printed on her body, or from her body, on September the 23rd. Those little feet could have taken her somewhere in life. She had a long life ahead of her, and she was deprived of that life. And even though she only weighed a little over 6 pounds, her life was valuable. And under the law, she is a human being. And under the law, she is entitled to all of the same rights that he is, that she is, that all of us are. This case is about crying out for her. I literally can't not think about, and you shouldn't be able to get out of your mind, the cries of that child that night. He suggests.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it, Neville? I mean, why is it always the trailer hicks that just keep pushing out litters of kids? They're the most fertile. Oh. I mean, maybe that's how they could get beyond the poverty line. Just set up a little factory. Need a kid. Need a kid with an uneven amount of chromosomes. We got him right here. $1,000.
In his last statement, that
Okay, 200.
whoever killed her, maybe she just
Just give me 150 and a little hit of that. Break me off a piece of that. Yeah, give me that. Probably about 40. Probably about 40.
cried really loud. That was a Freudian slip. That child cried and didn't do anything but need love and need support. And her daddy killed her because of that. And so not only does that child cry, did she cry that night, we cry as a community, the citizens of this county, Newton County, we mourn the death of Kalia. We cry out for justice for Kalia, and we cry for a verdict of guilty on each count of both of their indictments. Thank you.
Y'all give me some guidance. I can either do the closing charge and now send you back and you eat crackers, or I can release you for lunch. Do y'all have any feeling about it? Okay, I'm going to excuse you for lunch. I'm going to tell you several things. Don't discuss this case with each other, anybody else. Allow anybody to discuss it with you. Make sure you look at no media, that you look at no television, newspapers, computers, go on social media, and bring it to my attention if you do. Now, I'm going to make sure the sheriff knows this too. I want a bailiff positioned outside downstairs to take you on into the courthouse so we don't stand in lines and we'll get right through it. So keep your juror badge on. So that's readily identified to the bailiffs, and he's going to give you some more. Make sure you're wearing that when you come back so we can get you on in right away and won't have to wait on anybody. You might hear something. So is that clear to everybody?
A little bit longer than expected, but that's okay. I guess we'll close it off now. And we will be back on Wednesday. Good old strong Wednesday. Maybe that'll be the day that we go to Ohio. Ohio. The same spelt backwards as it is forwards. Ohio. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Neverly. I think I might, well, I can't say publicly, but I think we've got something on the way. Well, I just can't say publicly. Yeah. Chris and Courtney's mother, bearing in mind that Chris's dad is Courtney's mother's brother. So not only is he, I don't know if they'd actually had sex, but it was all heating up in that direction, right? There was flirting both ways and clandestine meetings and so on. So he's doing that not only with his baby mama's mother, but it's also his own aunt. And the one he had 2 kids with is his first cousin. I mean, it is amazing that there's an actual proven case of this happening, because it's something that people love to make fun of all the time, isn't it? Oh, yeah, he slept with his sister, blah, 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 blah. A hillbilly, blah, 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 blah. But it's really true. It's genuinely, it's not even like a cliche. It's actually facts, right? So fascinating. Inbreeding is as guilty for this murder as meth, possibly even more, right? Anyway, we should go because we're late already and we should be doing shorter shows. Got to stick to that pattern, stick to the pattern, right? We'll be back Wednesday. with either, well, I think we'll go to Ohio. I'm looking forward to that. I'm just thinking about how to go through the story in slightly more of a cohesive method than we have done here. We've just jumped all around. But I like it like that. Anyway, have a great Tuesday, guys. Enjoy the coffees. Enjoy the chatting. No, thank you for the coffees. Thank you for the super chatting, the super coffee go-getting. Bulletproof Metrics moderating. I've been your host, True Crime Metrics. Good night. Please note that this content is for adults only. And ducks. Viewer discretion suggested.